started in just a minute. If you did want to make any type of public comment, you should have filled out a form and given it to this staff.
Thank you. The time is now 5 o'clock and we'll call the meeting to order. Approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the agenda.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Hartman, will you please lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the minutes for July 10th, the business meeting / work study session, and July 26th, which was the board retreat. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve both.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we will do district celebrations. Dr. J.
Madam President, members of the board and guests, we're very excited tonight to recognize all the help and all the staff that made consolidation happen. I reflected a lot on the consolidation efforts and what we were able to get done in roughly 2 months is pretty amazing when you think about it. Yes, some planning went in ahead of time and some work was able to be done before May 25th, but we really needed to wait until everyone went off to summer break to really go in and get work done. And so there were times throughout the summer where we were very nervous about, are we going to get this done? Are we going to finish it? And thanks to the people and many others, but especially these people we're honoring tonight, it wouldn't have happened as smoothly as it did. When you think about how many boxes, pieces of equipment, furniture, through 3 different campuses, the maneuvering of so many different pieces, and all done for the most part in-house, other than the original moving of 11,000 boxes. But outside of that, everything else was pretty much done by the people we're going to recognize tonight, which is primarily made up of our bus driving staff and our maintenance staff, among others. So tonight, we definitely want to recognize them. We have many to get through, so with that, I will get started. The first one we have is, this is going back to last school year. We started as part of our celebrations and making sure that our employees are recognized for their longevity, their work, all different factors that go into it. We named a Falcon of the Year last year at our final luncheon that we had before we went on break. And I'm happy to announce that 2023 Falcon of the Year was our middle school front office, does it all. I can't even think of a title for her other than awesome, but Stephanie Beck. Come on down, Stephanie.
It's resilient, just like you, Steph.
Okay, moving on. We have our consolidation superstars that, again, I just want to clarify for our community that when we looked at all the work that we had to do, we really wanted to try to do as much of this without bringing in outside help, without having to expend, additional companies and things like that coming in. We knew we had a lot of people on staff that were willing to step up and do work. And some of these were volunteers and others were paid employees that were able to help us. One of our superstars of the summer, though, that has volunteered a ton of time painting and just beautifying the middle school campus. We did also hire her for a small painting job as well, but the vast majority of the work that she's done has been in the volunteer world. She's put up 3 different murals throughout our middle school campus, one in the F building, one in the G, one in the PBIS room, as also did striped painting throughout, and just really made the middle school just feel like a brand new place. And I actually had a former employee today, Julie Goodell, longtime counselor, stop by to tour it. She was in the original building back in 2004. She remembers seeing it the way it was, and she was blown away by how amazing it turned out. So please come forward, one of our consolidation superstars, Heather Adkins, parents, and has done just amazing work. Thank you, Heather, for everything. We appreciate it. So there's a certificate in one of our challenge coins. Thank you so much.
Heather, you clean up so well, we're used to seeing you covered in paint.
All right, I'm going to turn, is John here?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to John Flynn to recognize the vast majority of our consolidation superstars.
Madam President, members of the governing board, Dr. J, and guests, thanks for having me tonight. Before I bring the people up that I want to honor, I just want to go over a few things that we're extremely proud of as a team. When we took over this process, when the idea of consolidating schools was first brought to me by Dr. Sweeney more than a year ago, for sure, I explained to him that this was a 2-year process at a minimum to get it done right. I was also concerned about the cost, given where our budget was. After speaking to a general contractor and having them come in and look at the scope of the work that we wanted done, they came back with a legitimately conservatively low quote of $2.8 million. And that was that was just to get the campus ready. The people that I'm going to recognize tonight represent, in my opinion, based on all the hard work they put in hours, about $1.2 million of work. But before I bring them up, I also want to thank some other people. I want to thank the community of Fountain Hills who supported this effort with all of their volunteer help. We couldn't have got it done without them. I want to specifically thank Heather again for all of her work. She did such a wonderful job. I want to thank Todd Harris, who also did a lot of the painting. He's the one who set up the team that came in and painted the F&G buildings. But he's continued to work on the campus to continue some of the work that he started. I also want to thank all the people who work in transportation, whether they were involved or not, because they're the ones who had to carry on, mostly in my absence when I wasn't there. And I think just based on their skill and their maturity as drivers, they did a great job. You know, we finished the year again last year with no accidents, no incidents, no students or no drivers injured, which most school districts in the state wish they had that record. So I thank them for that. I also thank all the custodial staff that had to maintain their buildings while we were carrying on the consolidation. Then I want to also thank my wife, Stephanie, sitting in the back, and doesn't like to be recognized. Her father, when I mentioned to her father that I wanted to marry her, he had some very sage advice for me. But once we were married, my wife made it very clear that her birthday was not a day, but but it was a week-long celebration.
Just a
Her
week?
birthday falls, her birthday falls on July 20th. And for the first time, for as long as we can remember, we did not go away for a week for her vacation. So I want to thank her and the rest of my family for everything they put up with this year while we were going through consolidation. With that being said, I want to bring up all of my staff and the landscaping staff so we can recognize them individually. Randy, Becky, Jerry, Mike, is Gary not here? Gary's not here. And then Juan, Celio, and Luis. All right, here, stand face the crowd. So we're going to start with Randy Jensen. Randy Jensen was, first of all, he was willing to do anything, which is always great. He was also my eyes and ears in the field. He helped manage the day-to-day minutia inside of schedule. He learned to be very adaptable and flexible, like everybody here, going from one task to another, whether it was painting or taking electrical components apart or ripping stuff off the wall and patching the walls. But without Randy, certainly this couldn't have been done. So Randy, I want to thank you very much for everything you did. And thank Shelley for me as well. And you can stay here until we're done. Next is going to be Becky Kaiser. The good thing about Becky is Becky could share her misery of all the hard work she put in with her husband Jerry, who's right next to her. And I say thank God for Jerry, because Jerry knows exactly how to monitor Becky, for a better term. But Becky, again, was willing to do anything. She picked up mail at the county for us. She delivered mail while Daisy was doing other things. She painted walls. She picked up boxes. She moved stuff that easily is the same size as her. She's one tough cookie, and I'm proud to call her a colleague. Becky. So, by the way, she drove a daily route every day, twice a day, and never missed a day. So,
Not that I didn't want to, but.
We appreciate
yeah,
that you
and,
did it.
and Becky reminds me of that at least 4 times a day. Anyway, next is Jerry Kaiser. Jerry's Becky's husband. I'm really fortunate that when he decided to retire from the years that he spent as a CDL driver, that he wanted to come over and drive for us. He is what we refer to as a anywhere, anytime, any route driver. He'll go anywhere, drive any route, go anywhere in the state, and any time of day or night. When we started the consolidation, I think he was a little reluctant, since this is his retirement. He was a little reluctant, but at some point he stepped up and said, hey, I want to help out around here too. Again, the number of boxes that they moved and the various tasks they did from time to time, I just can't measure the good work. But Jerry, thank you very much. All right, Tanis Stefanich is not here tonight. Tanis is a new driver with us in the last year. She's working toward her CDL. She was gracious enough to put that off because she knew that we couldn't get the training completed during this period of time. But between driving 3 different EVIT routes during the regular year and trying to help out during the regular year last year, she did a great job. But she really stepped up over the summer and helped us immensely. Again, not a big person, but you know, her attitude and her heart were twice as big as she is. And again, I appreciate her as a colleague, and I'll make sure that she gets this award. Another driver who's not with us, I'm sure he's home taking care of Buddy, because I think Buddy was home all day. Buddy's his dog, and everybody at the bus barn knows Buddy and loves him, and he's a ugly, good-looking dog, if you know what I mean. Big dog, but we all love Buddy. Gary's another guy who drives 2 routes a day. He did it the entire year, but he was also working in between each route, helping with building consolidation as soon as we had a plan and start to move it forward. He is the only employee that I have in my department that a parent actually wrote a letter to recommend him for the Falcon of the Month last year. So he does a great job in both areas, and again, I appreciate him and value him as a colleague, and I'll make sure he gets his award. Next is Mike McElroy. Mike, again, like Tanis, thank you. My RAM is so full, you know. Mike, just like Tanis, deferred getting his CDL and finishing his training. The good news is Mike is farther ahead than Tanis is, and Wesley Rogers. So we're hoping that Mike will have his CDL by the end of the month. So we're excited about that. But Mike is another guy who's done anything we've asked him to do, regardless of what it's been. He's done it with a very positive mood, and I appreciate his wife sharing him with, I know that she's here tonight, so I appreciate his wife sharing with him. But again, Mike, I appreciate you as a colleague. Thank you so much. All right, Luis Pena Lantigua, do I pronounce that right? Okay, I never get it right. I never get it right. Luis is one of our landscapers. Little did he know that he'd also be painting, doing electrical work, framing, and again, going from task to task in unbearable heat. I mean, this has been a hot 4 or 5 month stretch as I remember living here. And he's done an incredible job. He's an asset to this school district, and I'm glad to have him. Luis, thank you for being a colleague, and thank you for everything. Cecilia Dominguez is also a landscaper who found himself doing all kinds of stuff like painting walls, scrubbing floors, fixing equipment. Again, framing, you name it, they were doing it. And they were doing this in what I want to point out is an amazingly short period of time, given what they had to do. And I'm talking about the daily hours they had to work. You know, my concern is, you know, I'm only one person, can only be in one place at one time. And I was confident with my transportation staff, knowing them that their work, they had solid work ethic and would work. But the amount of work that Cecilio and the rest of that team got done in the short period of time that they were given is really a testament to their commitment to the district and their commitment to doing things right. And Cecilio, I appreciate you, and thanks for being a great colleague. All right, last but not least, and Juan and I were just communicating not even an hour and a half ago about additional work that has to be done. Juan, if I had to break it down, I would say Randy was the person who kind of supervised all the logistics of how things got moved and when they got moved and where they got moved and everything else. But Juan has been the person who has helped with all of the construction work around the district. And again, between him and his team, their knowledge of electrical, plumbing, framing, drywall, and everything else is a blessing that I can't tell you I even imagined that when I recommend them for hire. But it really has been a blessing to the district. And Juan is going to tomorrow paint another room, and his wife, who is going to hopefully soon be an employee here, has offered to volunteer to help him because we're out of help. And I just hit Randy up and told him he'd be painting in the morning. So we're gonna continue to finish up what we can. But again, Juan has been a blessing to us, and I appreciate him as a colleague. Thank you.
Hey, John, just hold on one second. I want to thank all of you. I saw how much work they did. You saw me a lot too over the summer, I know. We tackled so many different projects, and I wish the community could see like a room full of desks and tables, and then later that day it's empty, and it's like, wow, where did that go? they got it all out. They moved it to the right place. They were able to help teachers get things set up so we could have a smooth first week of school, which it was a smooth first week after pushing all this so quickly. But there's one more person from that team that needs recognition, and that is John. And I want to thank John personally. Now let's give it up for John. John planned, I think, to retire at the end of last year. I know he did. We talked about it. But I truly believe that our relationship over time, we've known each other a while. When I was high school principal and I was first getting started in that position, John always took care of me and made sure that the high school was running smoothly. And he believed in the vision. He believed in what we're doing. He believed that, having a K-5 would grow this district over time. And he stuck around for another year when he didn't have to. Just solely, he told me, to finish consolidation. He wanted to see it through. And I know he's probably going to retire at the end of this year. I'll do everything I can to talk him into it.
There's no problem, believe me.
He thinks he's gonna retire at the
But
end.
That's
a decline.
John takes care of all maintenance, all facilities, all transportation, and does the job of multiple people on one salary. And he's allowed the district to save and grow, but at the same time, he takes care of us. And I can't tell you how many times I called, texted, how many conversations I had with him that this had to be done, this had to be done. And every time he met his deadline. And I want to just open up to anyone in the room or anyone online. If you want to take a tour and see the work, I will personally take you on one. From the middle school bathrooms being reinvented with very, very low cost to it, to McDowell Mountain and looking like it did in 2002 when we opened it. You just name it. It is absolutely amazing. So special thanks to John Flynn for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Take your time.
John, can I ask your team just to walk over there, because we're actually going to take a brief photo of
Yeah, that works.
everybody.
Thanks.
We have a couple more people that need to be included.
Yep.
So, everybody's go over there.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next up, I want to recognize Jared Andre for come on down, Jared, for all his work, being really almost a one-man team in the IT department. And for most of this, he has. Jared has hung more TVs than I think he ever imagines. He's got it down to a science. But when we went with new technology in the middle school, a new philosophy of how we were going to do things, Jared has stepped up. He has accomplished 1 million tasks this summer, continues to work. He's worked beyond his workday, taken on every single task. And even every Wednesday now, he's offering an hour and a half of time for employees to come see him with any tech issues they have so they can get it fixed right on the fly instead of having to wait for a ticket to be answered. He's gone above and beyond, and we would not be up and running at all with technology if it weren't for Jared and all the work that he's done. So thank you, Jared. I appreciate it. All right, the last two we have are just teachers that I want to, well, I didn't mean it like that. We're down to two, is what I want to say.
Wow.
I'm a teacher at heart. All my teachers know that. They know where I come from with being a teacher at heart. But our teachers have done an amazing job as well. And we can't obviously recognize every single person that did what they did over the summer. And we have all told them how much we appreciate them in our back to school meetings and when we go through the classrooms. We had two teachers that really stood out and did extra work, stayed after, worked on weekends, just did all the little things to make the school a little bit better. And the first one I want to recognize is Jane Irwin. So Jane, come on up. every time I walked the middle school, well, now it's the elementary school, but it started out as a middle school, but every time I walked the new McDowell Mountain, Jane was there. And she was working behind the scenes. She did all the display cases. She redid all of the staff workroom, all the staff storage. When I was hanging off a ladder, hanging a temporary sign on the marquee, she stopped and gave me water. That's just the kind of person she is. It was hot, I will say that. But Jane has stepped up in so many possible ways to make sure that that building looks beautiful. And when you take a tour of McDowell Mountain, it is pristine right now. It looks like a brand new school, and we're very, very pleased with the cosmetics of it. So thank you, Jane. All right. And last but not least, we have Chrissy Beard. Chrissy, come on up. Chrissy's an amazing teacher. I chose her to be one of our 3 teachers to take on our new Honors and Gifted program at the middle school, and is off to an amazing start. She's a dynamic teacher. Chrissy is also an expert on Beyond Textbooks, and is going to be coming to a board meeting soon to do a demo and talk about the work that we do with Beyond Textbooks. But she has stepped up in so many ways to offer training, to help new staff, and to ensure that the school, everything was done appropriately. She was very involved in the Honors and Gifted training. Again, she was available all summer to help out and make sure that that new Honors and Gifted program got off to a great start. And everything I've heard from parents is that it is absolutely amazing. But she went above and beyond to paint, to work, to ensure her classrooms and other classrooms were set up correctly. And Chrissy, we appreciate all your work behind the scenes that nobody sees.
Okay. Well, that ends district celebrations. I know he doesn't like to be celebrated, but it is Dr. J's birthday today. We're not going to sing or anything, but I just want to wish you a happy birthday.
Okay, leave it at that. Thank
He
you.
doesn't like to be celebrated. We're not going to do that. Okay, next up is the library presentation with Orcutt Winslow.
All right, Madam President, members of the board and guests, tonight we have 2 presentations regarding the library proposal at the new McDowell Mountain Elementary School. Tonight we have Orcutt Winslow here to speak to the design and the work that went into the creation of the proposal. And then second, we have Kim from Core Construction here, who will talk about logistics of the project and answer questions that you have. So with that, I will let them get that started, and we'll go from there.
There we go. Okay. Well, thank you for having us. I'm Vince Rieselman. I'm from Orcutt Winslow. And thank you for having us today. We would like to kind of walk you on a journey through this new envisioned library space. If you think about this building, it was created over 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, there was hardly any technology the way we know it today. In fact, if you think about 20 years ago, we didn't have internet in our homes. We didn't have flat screen televisions that were smart. We didn't have cell phones that were smart. We didn't run our homes through digital technology. We didn't teach with digital technology. Everything was very analog and hands-on. And a lot has happened in 20 years, as well as the discovery of information, especially in teaching. So we were approached to help re-envision this space and how we could make it more interactive and more in keeping with today's technology and leading us into the future. So we looked at what the future could potentially bring us, and that is a lot of science is coming. We're incorporating science into so many things and bringing those into the classroom as well. So we looked at this space and we said, you know, it's a square. How can we make this what it is without expanding it or really tearing it down or changing it a whole lot, but just adding some things and really bringing it to life. So we looked at the space and divided it up into quadrants and started to add things that would be a discovery element of education in science. So that would include collaborative learning. It would still incorporate analog learning through books. It would incorporate technology and also potentially AR learning through discovery and coding systems that were incorporated into murals. So Brian has come with me today too, and he's the architect on the project, and he's going to walk you through how those pieces and parts all come together into that space. So we've created, I have to tell you a little story. This building is actually, I worked on this building 20 years ago when I was much younger, and we took our old technology, digital, it was very old CAD technology, and we brought it back to life. And we turned it into 3D technology and then rendered it. This software didn't exist when we created this school. So
Graphisoft.
it's pretty amazing stuff. So Brian, if you could walk
Can
us through
you
it.
just make sure that the tall mic is on? And if
It
you,
is.
okay, and yeah, if you could just speak a little closer. We
closer.
want to make sure everybody in the back can hear you.
Certainly.
There you go.
Thanks so much for your time this evening. I understand you may have seen some of these 3D images already, so I just want to quickly walk you through a few of the scenes and show you a little more specifically some of the design aspects and some of the potential that this project really has to offer for the Media Center space. So here we are. Welcome to the new Four Peaks Elementary Media Center. This is your first impression. This is what you see when you walk through the front door, past the secure lobby, into that hallway space. You have all the glass there. It'll really attract your attention, and it breathes life and attracts, invites you inside. Clearly, we have this large moon in the back corner that, you know, it grabs your attention. Let me speak more about that in just a moment. But first of all, we have the carpet patterns. This carpet, the curvature of it and the colors draw you through the space and surround the different elements of the design. They add a beautiful element that you walk over. It's a sustainable carpet. It's made of recycled material, and it's easy to maintain so that should you need to replace individual tiles, that can be done easily. Next, the lights are a prominent feature of the design. Clearly, we have a science and technology and you know, space exploration theme, so you can clearly see the design intent there. They're a sustainable element as well, LED fixtures, which are obviously what we bring to any interior remodel this day and age. And then the furniture. Let me say that this furniture that we're looking at right here, this is not the final design. It's a collaboration that we're working with the district, our team, and the furniture vendor, but it's inviting furniture that is comfortable and offers a wide range of different postures and seating positions, more than just a standard static expectation that you might be used to. Next, I'm going to walk closer to the reception desk. What we're seeing here in the middle of the space, to the right of the moon, planetarium dome, is what we're calling the media bench. This is a landing space for the portable electronic devices, which are going to be available to students when they come in to engage with the space. So think of it like an Apple Genius Bar. It's a storage space for that, but it's also flexible for current technologies when they adapt, as we know they will on a daily basis. Behind that, we're getting our first glimpse of a graphic wall. This is one of two in the room. It's a full-height vinyl graphic filled with color and imagery of the themes being presented. It's exciting. It offers an incredible backdrop to the rest of the design of the space. And within that, what I'll touch upon is the potential for digital learning. This is an experience that you can use with a portable electronic device. By simply using the camera, a student can walk up to a specific object and learn more about it, zoom in on it. That might include, text from the World Wide Web, from various sources. It could be an exciting video that will pop up and present, a whole different level of engagement. And in the space, you're walking with the device and, learning about all of these different elements along the entirety of the graphic wall. There's another one right behind us where we're standing. And as we look up, in this space, there are clear-story windows on the north and south side, so it really offers incredible opportunity to use the verticality of that wall. And this potentially is going to explore the theme of the Apollo program and the space launch rocket process. Just an incredible feat of physics and engineering. So I think dynamic movement that you're witnessing as a student come to life in front of you along this wall. It's not your static, simple imagery that we're used to in books or with simple televisions. All right, let's talk a little more about this moon in the back corner. Obviously, it catches your attention. It anchors the entire space of the media center, but it has a customizable outer cover, so it accurately depicts the landscape of the moon and the craters. So yet again, another learning experience for students. And we'll go inside. So as we know from IMAX experiences and from visiting the planetarium, the interesting thing, more than just the visuals, is that you're immersed in the space and you're with other people too. With the new headsets that are coming out, I mean, we could all be at home learning, but we feel there's a valuable experience to be with your peers, to be with your classmates, and to have a teacher in the same space presenting to you and describing this content, which is totally customizable for the teachers to, connect with their learning programs, their curriculum. So I don't think much more needs to be said about the planetarium dome. It's going to be a really exciting opportunity for students. And then lastly, in the back of the room, we're proposing a learning stair. So a learning stair is just a fun invite for students to engage with the steps, sit down, crawl over them, but to do so as a group, as a whole class can enjoy this learning stair. And as you can see, it curves around the shape of the dome in the back corner. A teacher can present here. It'll have projector capability nearby. And beyond that, on the left side, we have an accessible ramp. So if a student should need it, they too can get to the top level of this stair. It's open to all. There's many more aspects here, especially with the graphic walls and the potential of furniture. But with that, I'll turn it back over to Vince to conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Some of the elements that we encountered in this existing space is that there's infrastructure already in the space that we can utilize, and that is floor outlets. Somebody had the vision 20 years ago to do that, and so we really don't have to do too much demolition to power all these up. They all plug into existing plugs that are on the floor. We were very excited to find that. The dome itself has a air conditioning system for it, for cooling. You can seat about 24 students inside of it. And it has an immersive program that has curriculum-based information in it. It's just not an attraction. It's actually an educational tool. It's dynamic inside, so the presentation actually is projected inside, and the outside is a static picture of the moon. So that just wanted to clarify that. So the rest of the space lives pretty much the way it does right now. We're utilizing the stacks and the books and their locations and the circulation desk. That's all going to remain there. So just an update to the finishes and some spatial things within.
Can you speak to the lighting as well?
Sure, there's a couple of components to the lighting. The lighting is still original to the building, so we're gonna be doing an update to the lighting to make it LED, which is more energy efficient and brighter. We're gonna bring the lighting down into the space, similar to the way it is in here, so you have reflected light on the ceiling, and it has rings, and the rings, as a designer, I felt very excited that I like the ideas of orbits and circular elements as lighting, because it just feels more light and airy and uplifting. So we selected the round fixture, which are all off-the-shelf type things. And then one element we are removing, and that is the skylight. One skylight is going to be removed because they need to be fixed. Some of them are leaking, but the dome itself is exactly the same height as the ceiling. And we wanted it to fit as if it was intended to be in there, and it fit just perfectly under that space where that skylight is. So we'll be removing that piece and opening the ceiling up just around the dome, so you can kind of see that, so that it looks like it's intentionally built to be in that space. So the exciting thing is that the lighting can be dimmed to change the environment. So that's something that we've worked with the design team on to be able to change. So if you have an event in there, you can change the lighting quality. So it's not bright, you can have it dimmer for a presentation or a gathering that needs dimmer light, or a bright light for everyday use. So that's some of the characteristics of that space.
Thank you so much. I had one question, and then I'll ask if the board has any questions. So when you were talking about the cameras and the devices and like pointing them at the, whatever the point is, does that content change, or is it always the same content?
It can absolutely change, yes. So the software that our team can write is open-ended, and we will design an experience with content that will open up the space, but teachers can absolutely customize that in the future and have that updated from time to time. And there are technical aspects to make that work, but we'll offer a support team to ensure that that can happen.
Okay, thank you.
Can I do a follow-up
Yeah,
on
go
that
ahead.
question? So those content boards, are they in your contract called the visual display boards? Or what are the visual display boards?
Are you looking at the core
Are you-
construction?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, are you with
Sorry,
core
I-
construction or are you with
Orca
Orca Winslow?
Yeah,
Orca Winslow.
so I guess I need to ask.
Yeah,
for those
is there a
questions.
way to have the questions all
Yeah,
together?
we're gonna get Kim in a minute, and she can talk regarding core,
Okay.
so. They're just primarily the design team, so
But some of it,
overlaps.
I
Definitely.
feel like it does
Kim,
a
do you
little
wanna come
bit
up?
in
and
one
then we
question,
can-
because you had said that we wouldn't need to potentially install any new floor outlets because they're already there. But part of the core electrical system says saw cutting of the concrete floor for installation of new electrical receptacles, and then concrete pourbacks. So,
Plans, those were called out there.
I'm sorry?
There's some new ones too. So they're going to be raising some of them up out of the floor into the learning stairs, so the outlets won't be abandoned, they will be utilized. And so that's that component.
So that's the $104,302 for those?
Not just for those, it's for all of the lighting as well as all of the power.
Okay.
To answer the question about the digital learning experience, that is a separate item from the visual display boards that you see on that list.
okay.
And when you say your company makes the programs, you guys supply the programs to the planetarium and all of the interactive things?
I can speak to that. So the planetarium works on what's called a dome projection system. So it's a special type of projector. And there's content that you can either purchase or you can create. And there's also some software that we already have and that we use that has the ability to display in dome mode. So one of those that's a great program for us that we use a lot is Space Engine. We've used it in the past. And it's a way to not only tour like the solar system, so a lot of you that came to the Dark Skies event and you did our virtual reality tour and things like that, it's very similar to that, where the kids and the teachers can go and explore different parts of our solar system, moons, different, even, outside of that with best guesses from our astronomers and things like that. So there's the ability to do those types of things in addition to, so there's content we can create and there's content that we can buy. That's separate from what they're talking about with the AR experience, that is the wall graphics. That is something we can also create, but it gives an immersive experience. Now, children under the age of 12 really cannot use virtual reality goggles. School districts do it, but when I did some consulting work years ago on virtual reality, and when we looked into it, you violate really what the manufacturer's recommendation is, and when you do that as a district, I think it puts you in liability. So what this does is this dome allows for our youngest children to have an immersive experience without having to put on those goggles and go through that virtual reality experience. So it's a way to do the same kind of content, but in a way that the whole class can experience. And when we talk about 24 kids in there, that's with chairs and setting it up as an actual, if you want to set it up as like an arena, like you would at, say, the Science Center, with kids going in and sitting on mats or a different type of option, there is the ability to get more students in there.
Go ahead, Madison.
I guess a few of my questions are probably a little bit more for you, Kane, at first. So what other ideas were workshopped with the library when we were reimagining? Because I think I remember you mentioning an aquarium.
Yeah, we looked at ocean, we looked at space, we looked at sky, and we landed on this really because of the connection with the town and the Dark Skies community. I thought it was a good connection back to the town of Fountain Hills. I sat on the original planning committee of the Dark Skies with Joe Bill, and it was something that we felt really connected us back to our community. And I've always said I think the school is maybe the centerpiece of the community, and this was a great opportunity to do that. Additionally, space is one of those areas in science that our kids get the most excited about. The unknown, all the exploration, and what we've been able to do now with the images that NASA is constantly sending back to us. So that's why we landed on that for the library. We felt that there's other opportunities in the school to add ocean, sky, desert, maybe animals. We looked at even dinosaurs and things of that nature, but we felt that this was something between the physics, flight, American history with the space program, and Apollo missions and space shuttle and those things, that this was a great starting point for us as we build. What we're trying to really build is McDowell Mountain to be a school of discovery, and this is the first step in that.
Okay, how much time how much time on average do our students spend in the library?
So there's a lot of options with that in our new schedule. Originally, we looked at having library be one of the special times that they would get frequently. We did not do that this year because this was not completed, obviously, and the library wasn't going to be ready. So we've already planned for the opportunity to add that as a potential special time. But it's also a collaborative space where teachers can go down throughout the day. Remember, in elementary school, they're not on, yes, they have learning sessions, and yes, they have different things that are scheduled throughout the day, but it's a lot more flexible than, say, a high school schedule where you have certain periods and it's a little harder to get down there. So I envision the library to be used all the time. I see it being used in the morning with our before school care. We're at about 75 kids coming to before school care, which has been great. This is a great opportunity for them to go and read in the morning and spend, maybe some of our kids are there an hour and a half before school starts. To have 45 minutes in the library in that place to be able to work on their skills is another option as well.
Okay.
I just have to say it's an incredible design. It is just, I just showed my grandkids a picture of it, and I think they're looking forward to coming Thanksgiving just so they can go see this if it's up. It's unbelievable. All the learning, all the different things you can do right in there.
And one of the things that, I really like the stair steps, that at the old McDowell in the library there, yeah, that area. There's a very small section in the library that has that same step down. And the teachers, when my kids were at McDowell, they would take them over there and they did different things. They would act out plays that they were learning in English. They did readers theater. They took them over there for like their little talent shows. So the teachers really put those steps to good use. I realize that's just one small part of this, but that was just something that was reminiscent to me of my kids in the old library.
Yeah, and that was very important to me, and that was one of the first things we talked about, was regardless of what the theme was, I really wanted the learning stair as part of the project because it's a great place for the librarian to sit and read to kids. And like I said, we're really pushing at this age to read, right? And making reading fun and making the library a fun place to go where it's almost like, oh, today's library day, we're so excited to go. That pays off when a child becomes a lifelong reader. And so having that stair was a place for them to kind of climb and spread out, but then at the same time have a guest speaker come and speak to them and have an entire possible grade level down there or multiple classes at a time, or before they go into the dome, expectations. We're going to go in, here's what we're learning today, here's our objectives, here's what we're going to be looking at. And then afterward, they come out, go back to the stair, and then have that conversation, a discussion about what did we learn and review and have those conversations. So that was really important to us. I didn't think it would fit because the original location we looked at is across the way. And then when they showed me that, I was like, wow, that's why you do what you do. It turned out really good because I like how it circled the dome in the middle. That was really cool.
And Madison, you're always talking about volunteers. I would love to see, classes or grades use that and invite speakers to,
Sure.
readers to come in.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite things on Read Across America is I would always go in and read to the kids. So that's a great opportunity there. So go ahead, I'm sure you have more
I
questions.
have a lot more. Because one of my concerns is that this doesn't necessarily encourage reading in the library. It might get them excited to go to the library, but, we shift the focus a little bit from books and research to the interactive with screens, and that to me is a concern, and I've had parents express concerns over that as well. And how much of our time that the kids are now going to the library is going to become technology and screen time versus using books
Sure.
and reading.
And I appreciate that. I've had no parents reach out to me about any concern with technology this year or any screen time whatsoever. What I can share is that this is a blend of both. This is a blend of, we're not getting rid of books, okay? We are actually doing everything we can to make sure we get the best opportunities for our kids. And so now, by having an inviting space, a space that makes them look at that and say, I want to learn more about that. Here's a whole section on astronomy. Here's a section on the space shuttles or whatever it is, it does encourage that. But we have to lead the kids to those spaces, and they have to have an experience that not only is reading, but also exploration in general. We want kids to ask more questions and have a desire to learn more. And I've shown this to students. I've gotten feedback from them, and it's very exciting to them that this kind of opportunity would present itself. So I think it's a mix of both, and I do think it helps create kids, help them create what they need for their future, but also at the same time having that skill of loving a book and reading a book and going in there and getting one.
We'd like to hear from Kim regarding the core presentation. So before we ask any more questions, we're hoping to get more information on their proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm Kim Rayberger from Core Construction. I'm a pre-construction manager. I am also a 33-year resident of Fountain Hills, and all 3 of my children graduated from Fountain Hills High School. So this is, the school district is near and dear to my heart. So we wanted to show you a little bit about the process of how we arrive at coming up with a proposal and a price for your project, as well as go through, thank you, a little short, as well as go through the estimate, answer any questions you may have, and kind of go through the logistics and warranty plans that we have for the project. So we'll start with the analysis. So just a real quick rundown on how we arrive at a project number. We do go out to our subcontractor base. We do not go out to the world. We are not a hard bid company. We have a select list of pre-qualified contractors that we work with. We like to make sure that they meet the same values we do. They operate by the same values. And we did go out to our subcontractor list and ask them to bid this project. We invited approximately 200 subcontractors to bid the project, so there was very good coverage as far as that goes. Additionally, we do a take off all of the materials that are shown on the plans, put our own pricing to it. We enter that into a detailed breakdown that takes those values, applies historical pricing to it, and we create our own, pretty much a third-party estimate prior to actually receiving the bids from our subcontractors. We like to have that before we receive those bids so that it's not influenced by their numbers, and it gives us a better way to kind of compare whether or not they're seeing something in the plans that we're not seeing, whether or not their price is too high or too low. Helps us to really vet those bids and make sure that we can dial them in and make sure the prices are solid. Additionally, we invite them to a site walk, which we did. Subcontractors came out, walked the project so that they can actually see what they're getting into, see what the issues may be, evaluate those things, and produce better pricing. So next, we put all of that together into the estimate. Once we do receive the bids from the subs, we evaluate those, vet them. I don't just plug those numbers in and run with them. We check to make sure that they make sense. We check to make sure they've included everything, haven't included anything they shouldn't have, and if there's a disparity between numbers, we find out why. So we put that all together in what we call our fact sheet, which is the document you have, and line item by line item, each of those represents the scope that's shown in the documents, as well as what we assume is not shown in the documents that is going to be required in order to complete the project. So our total came in at $594,393 for the project. This includes all of the scope, as well as you can see a couple of contingencies are listed, a construction contingency of 3%. That represents dollars that are available for any unforeseen conditions, anything when we start opening up walls or tearing up carpet, or we find a leak, say, in that skylight, if that needs to be repaired. If there's anything like that that has to be taken care of, we have dollars within the budget to cover that.
I'm sorry. We have different numbers.
To interrupt you, Kim, but
Yes.
our number is 718,000.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, she can explain that.
I can't explain that. Kane asked me to pull the dome out of the project. So the price you have for $718,000 includes the dome. When I pulled it out, that takes out not only the cost of the dome, but also our markup on it.
Gotcha.
So the difference in pricing, and I do have extra copies, so I can give that to you.
And can I just explain, the reason that I had her give both is that the dome is being paid for by donation, and so I wanted to have an accurate number of, this is what it's gonna cost outside of that donation of the dome, which we already have confirmation from both organizations that they are donating the cost of the dome.
When you took out the cost of the dome, is it just the dome? Are you still installing the dome through core construction?
So the dome will actually be installed by the dome
Company.
provider. That company does that, but we will handle the coordination for all the other items that need to go.
The electrical, everything like that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's still in the quote?
Yes, it is.
It's just the actual product
dome
of the
itself.
dome? Thank you.
Why, quick question, why did the contingency percentage go up on this original and it's 2.5 and in there it's 3 when you took out the dome? How come it?
In order to maintain that chunk of money for us to be able to use, I just changed the percentage. So the amount is roughly the same. but we wanted to make sure we had enough dollars in the project to handle that as a contingency. Typically, a renovation would have a higher percentage because we tend to run into more unexpected situations. So 3% is actually pretty low for a renovation. And to clarify that contingency cannot be used by core construction without written consent from the school district. And any contingency that is not used during construction is returned. So that will show up as a deductive change order to the project if those dollars are not used.
So do you have a paper version of this
I do.
sheet
I can
for
run
us?
this.
Thank you. What's the 97,260 for the general conditions?
That is for our management. That is for us to provide labor to manage.
And then where it says the projection screens and the FFE, which is the furniture, from what I understand, that's all by owner. So that's an additional cost to us because that's not the dome that's being covered?
The furniture of seating and things of that nature that you saw in Orcutt Winslow's presentation is additional, yes. Will we do that immediately? No. We will utilize what we have for now, and then we will, over time, build it to the way that we want to do that. For one, we want to be very specific in what we select, and we also want to make sure that we're not buying furniture before we see the final product. I'd like to be able to see how much space, and what looks like in an image could be a lot different when you're there. So I want to make sure that the furniture will fit, and that it's also age appropriate for part of the libraries. The front part we envision being K2, the back part being 3-5. So I want to see, after we meet our requirements for how many square foot books and stacks we need, then we will go out and look at buying the furniture. But I do, based on all the furniture we've bought with consolidation, I don't believe that is going to be a huge, huge cost, because we've been able to shop and find ways to do it that is the most affordable for us.
And from what I understand, until we purchase additional seating, we are going to have our kids sitting on mats inside the dome?
We have a couple of options there, or that is one option. We could look at different, small bean bags, we could look at small chairs. Again, I don't want to commit to anything until I see the final space, and then from there, then we make those decisions. But those are minor costs in comparison to the whole project.
Okay, can we let Kim finish her presentation, please? Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I wanted to add that there's also a permit review contingency shown, 1.5%. We did receive, I believe it was 90% documents. They were 90% complete when we received them. And those were the documents that went in for permit, so that's what we priced. We did not receive the final documents until it was too late to get repricing from our subcontractors. So we carried this 1.5% fee, or not fee, contingency of $8,900, just to cover any kind of review comments that might come back during permit review. So that again is those are dollars that will go back to the district as a deductive change order if there are no changes that need to be addressed. Any further questions?
Yes. Go ahead, Matt.
What is considered a contingency? Like, is coming here to do a presentation covered under those extra contingency fees?
Contingency is to be used for any unforeseen issues that arise on the project. So if there are review comments that say we needed to add an exit light somewhere, that came from the town of Fountain Hills after their review, that contingency would cover that for that permit review contingency. For the construction contingency, like I said, if there's a leak in the skylight that needs to be addressed, then that we weren't aware of. If there's some work that needs to be done there, or something like that comes up, that comes out of that contingency.
Okay, and the permit review, I noticed the percentage went up 0.5 as well. That was to adjust that final number you expect to need that
Right.
for that?
Anything else?
Okay, Lydia.
I was gonna let her finish her
presentation before I ask if that's okay. Yep.
So finally, we're going to talk about logistics and warranty. So I did meet Kane out at the site on Monday with one of our general superintendents for our operations department. We wanted to make sure that we had a solid plan for how we're going to do this project, how we're going to park subcontractors on site, how we're going to get space for them to lay down their materials and keep them secure, how, number one, we're going to keep kids safe on an active campus. CORE is the #1 builder of K-12 schools in the state, #3 in the country. We do this every day, so this is something that we take very seriously. Keeping kids safe and staff safe is #1 on our list. So we wanted to make sure that we had a solid plan that keeps our subcontractors, materials, equipment away from kids. So we met, hopefully you can see that. So we're looking at using the drop-off lane as a parking area that is 2 lanes wide. It's a one-directional drop-off lane. And we've actually used this very successfully at other projects, other school districts, where we're able to park and have the line for drop-off and pickup go right around us. Typically, we have a superintendent out on site directing traffic during those high traffic times, making sure that people are staying safe. Additionally, that's the red line, by the way, construction parking. The green area is our construction laydown area, which is at the very back of the building. That also will be enclosed in fencing in order to keep things safe, keep materials, equipment away from kids, and to secure it as well. There's a yellow line showing the construction entrance. This is actually a sidewalk that leads to one of the back entrances. And we have determined a pathway inside the building from those doors that secures the kids and keeps us away from them as well. So we also went inside the building, assessed how we were going to move throughout the building, keeping kids safe again. The red area, of course, is the construction area. This media center is located right in the middle of the building. So not always easy to isolate an area. But we did find that by building temporary walls, which is what those purple lines are, we can actually create an access that separates our subcontractors from the kids without really interrupting a whole lot of traffic, at least on the west side of the building. There will be a little bit longer walkway around on the other side, but the west side is where the kindergartners are, and we thought it was a really good idea to not limit how far they had to go, keep them safe. Do you have any questions on that?
How loud does the construction zone get during the day? Are our teachers on that backside going to lose their minds?
There could be some noise, I'm not going to deny that. We typically insulate those walls, try to do everything we can to make them as soundproof as possible, but there is going to be noise. One thing we can do is if we're being disruptive and there's things that we need to address, we work with districts all the time to make sure that if there's an issue, we're addressing it. We can find ways to work earlier in the morning before, do a lot of the loud work before kids come to school, before it starts, or stay a little bit later after they're gone and work, do some of that work at that time. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Well, the last thing I wanted to talk about was our warranty process. So when we get to the end of a project, we put together an entire closeout package, which includes all of the warranties, includes all of the information and all the materials that were installed into the project. A typical job order contracting warranty requirement is for 2 years. That covers all of the workmanship on the project. So anything that we install, any workmanship is covered. There can be longer length warranties on materials only. Sometimes it's something like a 20-year warranty on a roof or something like that. We typically respond to those first 2 years by bringing out our subs. You will find that CORE rarely says no beyond that 2 years. So if there's a problem, we're going to address it. One of the things I love about our warranty department is we actually have a very large department. We have, some of you have met Gene Traver, our director of warranty. He has a team of warranty superintendents that address issues as they come up. We also have a dedicated website for putting in your claims. So it's actually a very simple process to just open up. Each client has their own portal, as a matter of fact. Fountain Hills School District has their own portal. This has been in place since 2014, since we first did work at the high school on the track and the field. And every claim that's ever been submitted to CORE is shown in this portal. You can go in there and see the history of it. You can see the status of the claim. If you've got an active claim, you can see what's going on, and it is updated very regularly. As a matter of fact, I'd be surprised if it took more than 24 hours to get a response on any claim that's submitted. They're usually responded to and resolved very quickly. Any questions on that? Okay. And that's what I have for you. Do you have any more questions for me?
Okay, I know Libby had some questions.
Will you address the one with the flooring? And I'm not certain that most of mine are pertaining to you, but I'm sorry, it wasn't clear on the interactive display boards on the side walls. Are those part of, in the term of this contract, are those called the visual display boards, or are they something different?
Where the kids can point the VR, what are those called? Like, where is that in our
In your
proposal?
pricing? In the pricing, that's actually under signage.
Under
The
signage?
package, because those are actually graphics.
Okay.
So then what would be considered the visual display board under the exclusions?
We don't have any. That's why it's in the exclusions. They're not shown in the project. So a lot of times we'll put in things that are typical in a project and exclude them, just to be clear that they weren't assumed.
So then, using that thought process, there's an exclusion for audio-video equipment, but then we are putting in special audio-visual systems of 500. So
That is actually just the mount for the projection screen. That's all we had included, so that's what's covered in.
and then leak repairs at the existing skylights. So the dome is planned or proposed to go under one of the skylights. Will the leaks there be addressed?
If there is in fact a leak, and like I said, that's why we included a contingency, because that has not been investigated up there yet to see what that issue is, so we need to get someone up there to actually take a look at it and see what the issues are,
Okay.
if there is in fact a leak. So that contingency will cover that.
Okay. And then, Dr. J, this one's kind of for you, or maybe Alicia or Tyler. What is the anticipated all-in cost for the whole project?
Well, I mean, what they're quoting there covers all the work in the library other than the purchase of the dome. But one of our donors wants to work directly with that vendor to purchase the dome. So that is one of the
Right,
reasons.
but there's audio-visual, there's furniture.
Audio video is part of the dome purchase. So the audio and video of the projection system in the dome that all comes with the dome package. So it's the dome, the cover, the audio, the video, all that is connected to that. The only thing that is not in there, like I said, is the furniture that we would be adding, but we have furniture to start with. So it would be something we would add as we go.
So the expense would be the dome at the 104.6, core at 594, and then the Orcutt Winslow at 77.5. You're saying that's the all-in cost for this project?
I would have to see what the final Orcutt Winslow price is, but if that is what is in there and Tyler can verify that, then yes.
My follow-up question is, what is our funding source for this project?
Capital. It's the savings that we've had in capital. All of the consolidation work has been done out of our capital so that Tyler set a budget for us to finish consolidation. We are currently at this time under that budget. And he did put aside contingency in case we have any kind of issues as a result of doing the consolidation. So, yes.
So at our board meeting on July 10th, Tyler said that we had 2.8 in our capital carry forward. Is that a correct figure?
My knowledge.
Okay, so the proposed expenditures that we're looking at for our district reimaging altogether is around that 2.4.
Yes.
So we would have 400,000 left
No.
in a contingency, or?
I'll let Tyler explain that.
It's like all, no, you can have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Reed and members of the board. So I did present on the adopted budget, the capital, I had a capital budget for fiscal year '24. I'm just pulling up that budget presentation right now because I don't have that number off the top of my head, but so this consolidation budget has now rolled into fiscal year '24. In '23, that's when we had the conversations. That's when this project has started taking place. So that capital budget, that 2.5, has rolled over into fiscal '24. I did say the estimated budget balance carry forward was 2.8 into this year. Not all that 2.8 was designated for this project. And a lot of the expenses for the consolidation have been expended in '23. I sat down with Kane and Alicia. We've basically reconciled this consolidation project, and we are working to post that on the website. And that goes through, as the board requested, every single expense in relation to this consolidation against the $2.5 million budget that we set aside. So,
So what do we have left?
what do we
I
have left?
appreciate that, but, I mean, we're looking at spending a large chunk of money, and if we have an emergency repair, what do we have left?
So in capital alone, you're well over $1 million as in terms of contingency. In regards to this project, we're sitting just over 200,000 with the dome being now covered, and remaining consolidation budget. So that 200,000 would be added to that 1 million. So I feel very confident that there is contingency.
So we received a spreadsheet, and it said a total of 2.4 and 155,000 in donations. So that's all in at a little bit over, under 2.3. And if we had 2.8, I'm still not getting where $1 million is coming from.
Again, so if you go back to the adopted budget, your total capital budget is $3.6 million. 2.8 of that was rolled over from last year. Again, the consolidation budget has both been expended in '23 and into '24. So there's a lot of moving parts here that I think are not getting put together. And
So did our consolidation budget grow, or is
No.
it, so then
Never
it's, so
grow.
what do we have left earmarked for consolidation?
just about over 200,000. So
And-
unless something's changed since
No,
last
nothing,
week that we
no.
sat down, so.
Okay, and quick question, it was said that we brought a contractor and that they gave us a bid of 2.8 million for the work. So did we come up with the 2.5 budget, or were we told that that's what we needed to budget for this project?
I wasn't a part of that conversation, but I think that's where some of this budget kind of stemmed from. But Dr. J, I think, and myself established, as well as with John, established this budget.
Yeah, Tyler looked at everything and wanted to make sure that we had money for contingency, and he set the budget based on the work that we were trying to do at that number. And so that's what we've stayed under.
Is there a way to get a copy of whatever that original contractor submitted quoting $2.8 million of work?
I'm not aware of any contractor that I spoke with that gave any number like that. We just set our budget based on our books and based on what we had available, that's what we had to do all this work with. That's what we set our budget at, that's what the previous board approved, and that's what we worked within, and so that's where we're at.
Is it raining?
So
Yeah.
But you got the
do you have a
car.
number, Tyler, that we're in need after this in our reserves?
Like I said, I'm confident it's over $1 million. I can't give you an exact number, but you have over $1 million in capital reserves going into this fiscal year. And I feel very confident that's enough money to cover any unforeseen capital needs that the district will have outside of utilizing state funding if there is a massive emergency, the state typically will come in. But any of those small unforeseen needs, I feel confident $1 million would cover that in the course of fiscal year '24.
And
So-
does that planning, if the bond does not pass? Or are we counting on the bond to pass in order for us to be okay?
No, that $1 million would be a contingency for the bond if it went to pass or fail.
In our first board meeting we had back in January, we had a presentation on security cameras, and that has not come back before the board. And I'm sorry if that offends you, but I have questions, and the taxpayers of Fountain Hills elected me to ask the questions. So you don't need to snicker, you don't need to be rude. I have valid questions. Thank you. So that never came back before us, and I have some concerns because we were told that that money was saved, so is that money still there for the cameras and allocated on the books? Or are we prioritizing a wow factor over our students' safety at this point?
No,
I can explain that. So, no, we have money for the cameras. We
So is
paused
that
it.
part of the 1.1 million that's sitting there in reserves, yes or no?
No, so you still, the 1 million is reserved for unallocated. You have an annual capital budget of $600,000.
Correct.
And that, Dr. J, as well as, you kind of prioritize that $600,000 over the course of the year. So that, again, that 1 million is unallocated.
So did the 600 from last year that were prioritized to the cameras, did it get moved to a different category?
No, so what we did is we had lots of questions.
Yes or no? Is
Well,
okay.
there's more to
Oh,
it. There's more to it.
It's a
So
yes or no.
the question is why didn't we bring the cameras back? We didn't bring them back because, one, we had questions from this board about the vendors and about the cameras, so we put a committee together to explore those cameras. During that time, we went for a $500,000 grant for those cameras, and we should be getting a result back very soon on whether we get them. We also felt that our cameras that we have, they meet our requirements. We were trying to bring about additional safety, perimeter, motion detection, things of those nature that we want to do, absolutely. But that is going to come back to the board once we have a decision that we want to make with that. Yes, so we have the money to do that project if we want to, but it was paused because of the fact that there was concerns and we wanted to make that a transparent process and bring it to a committee. So that will come back, but like I said, our cameras now give us good coverage. If we did not do anything with cameras, I think we definitely meet the requirements of it, but this was additional safety. That's what I proposed originally, was to create a barrier around the schools with motion detection to give us early response, and that is something we are going to look at doing, but I wanted to see if the grant comes through and then go from there.
So the money that we were told we had for cameras, is that part of the 1 million that you're talking about? Okay, so there's a separate section of money that's earmarked for cameras.
Yeah, in any budgeting, right, you have multiple categories, and so.
Yeah, no, I know.
We talked about the 1 million unallocated, I confirmed that. We do have another budget for security, much like facilities, transportation, so.
So that money's still sitting in a category for security? It
Yeah, whatever
hasn't,
category.
it hasn't been
Dr. J.
reallocated to anything else? It's still there. If we wanted to buy the cameras today, that money is available, and it's not going to interfere with that 1 million that you're talking about?
Correct.
Correct, thank you.
Do you have a question? That's it?
Thank you,
I have a quick question. So I did notice that on the updated budget that we were sent, the Orcutt Winslow amount was adjusted, which I appreciate because we originally, the contract said 177. Now it says 77.5. What is that based off of at the moment? Because with their numbers and the totals that were given, I get either 51,000 or 42,000. I know that doesn't include the 6,000 for the drawing verification that I was hoping you worked out, and then the 6,000 for additional reimbursable expenses.
I'll do my best to answer the question. Originally, the project was encompassing a much greater scope, and so our fee was contingent on the percentage of construction. We had approximately a 5% fee with a greater scope. Since it's a smaller scope of work now, we go through a 1 GPA process where we actually have a 7% fee if it's under $1 million. So that's why you're seeing the number adjust.
The original contract says 7.1%. So this number, the new 77.5 number doesn't reflect 7.1%, so it would be more than that. It would be a higher percentage than 7.1.
I'll have to look closer at that. I'm not aware enough to answer that right now, sorry.
And I just want to share too, that when we started this project, the initial guidance that I got was that we should have Orcutt Winslow handle all of consolidation. We did not do that, even though they do great work. We chose to use the people we recognize today to do a lot of that work for us, and John Flynn handled a lot of that consolidation without getting it too expensive. So a lot of the work that we could have brought someone in and just said, hey, we want you to handle all this consolidation, here's what we want, and we want to be able to turnkey this thing, you know, in August. We chose not to do that. So the only project we had them work on was the library, because that was out of our scope. Every other thing we did was all done through John and his team to save money.
Okay, but so are we, because we contracted them at 7.1%, are we now paying them more than that for the work, or?
I would defer to my finance team to answer that question.
It shouldn't increase from that first number at all.
Because that's what we agreed to.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the 6K that is for extra reimbursable expenses, does that include a presentation like this tonight? And then as far as other ideas that were workshopped, were any of them taken through a process to look at what kind of cost any of those projects would be?
When we first, early in the process, Orcutt, these gentlemen here tonight met with me, and they gave me 3 different scenarios based on ideas that they had. And of all of those, the one I felt most excited about in speaking with our staff and students, and then the community connection to the dark skies is why that was selected.
Well, when you considered the fact that there was a dark sky connection and that there was going to be a dark sky center built next year, and I know that you said you already spoke with someone about getting our students access, why wasn't that a kind of, why didn't that immediately negate the desire to put a planetarium in our school when there's going to be a planetarium that our students have access to in town?
Yeah, we will see what they come up with. I did suggest to them classrooms and a planetarium originally. When they first started the process, the focus was just on telescopes, and some of the work we did at that time with Joe was I did talk to him about that possibility, but again, that's not an easy process to take a field trip every time you want to go and be a part of that. So it is something we can do for sure. They may have other technologies and other things that we can't do, but to put an aquarium in a school is much cheaper than doing, say, a dome or something like that. So we also looked at, can we do a themed, and Dr. Wheeldry was part of those conversations back at that time. Could we do a themed aquarium or a themed ocean in one of those rooms for a lot less cost? And the answer was yes. But again, the priority that we came up with was that we felt that the astronomy and the dark skies and the connection to that science was really important to what we were trying to do first. So yeah, we can't do it all at once, but that was what we landed on first.
Well, I appreciate your desire to attract people to our district, because that's definitely something I think that we need to work on. However, I've shared that I disagree with some of the direction, and this is one of them, where if there was an alternative route that was cheaper but that's still a lot of fun and exciting for our students, I think that's something we should have entertained a little more than this, especially when, frankly, we've neglected our high school through this consolidation. We've had a teacher that's repeatedly asked, what's going to happen at the high school? What's going to happen at the high school? And she's very patient and very sweet about it, but, it would be nice to say, yeah, we're going to put some attention on, the bathrooms that all of our community uses when they go to our football games, or we're going to, spruce some stuff up a little bit over there. And if we could do our elementary, K through 5, these are little kids that they're not going to notice the carpet patterns, they're not going to notice the innovative lights. but they'll be excited about something that's exciting for them. I think we could have accomplished that at half of this price, if not even less, and given our students something that they can be really excited about. You know, I have talked to a couple parents about different ideas. One parent was really excited about was themed reading nooks. You know, in fact, she's working on something like that with a teacher right now. She'd love to turn a corner in the room into a reading nook, you know, with like a little camping tent and it says camp with a good book. Things like that. You could do themes and you could still have it be space themed and you could still have things like that in there, and it would be interactive in a completely different way, one that I think is actually a little bit healthier than the screens.
Well, and I will share that the ocean, if we do an ocean-themed space, the best place to do that is in the team room because there's already plumbing and a bathroom and those types of things in that space. So when I had an aquarium vendor come out and take a look at it, that space was selected as probably the best spot because of the fact there's a drain and there's water hookups and again, you're talking about a pretty massive, item that you have to have a lot of things in place in order for it to be in a school. But I understand there's always going to be a difference of opinion. There's always going to be people who look at things one way and look at another. But our vision was to give our children and our parents and everyone who is coming into our schools with an amazing opportunity and we believe that this will generate a lot of excitement for our school and a lot with our parents who tour campuses and see that we are offering some things that really no one else is.
Okay, Libby has a question.
So I keep going back to the finance and again, make it what you want it to be. But a few months ago, we were told we didn't have the money to put in a football field. And I'm sitting here looking and we couldn't put in a football field, pay to put in a football field. And here we are wanting to put in a planetarium or a dome and redo our library that costs slightly more than the football field. So pardon me for continuing to question the finances, but it doesn't add up.
So again, the dome itself is donated. The rest of the project, I understand that is. But in everything that we do, whether it's painting, whether it's renovation work, whether it's remodeling, these are major square footages. And so we're talking, it does cost money. I did share out that a priority of ours is academics and education and enrollment and those types of things. And when we looked at that, the field was not a priority for us. Our priority was to get the K-5 up and running at a high level. We did talk with our original groups, and I was a part of all those conversations with the field, of what we would be able to probably withstand. But we had donors come forward and say, we want to get this done so you can put that money in other places. And I think Coach Zahner has come several times and spoke to that. He can't be here tonight, but I know in several conversations I had with him, and he donated $100,000, was that he wanted money going to the academics and the education of the kids. So yes, there are tough decisions to make. There definitely is. And I think in 2013, when there was a conversation about a field and putting in turf, there was probably a lot of similar conversation with that. But I can tell you that I was out on the field when those kids took the field the first time, and the joy on their face and seeing that is amazing.
Right, which is to
Sure.
me, again, why did we put ourselves in this position of saying no to the field, which I don't believe that ever came to the board to say no to, but yet now we're looking at this expenditure. And I don't need any explanation, that's
Okay.
just, it doesn't add up.
Okay, Dana or Lillian, do you guys have any questions for CORE or Orcutt Winslow?
No, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank all three of you for being here and going through the presentations and giving us explanations and answering our questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we're still in our business meeting, is the consent agenda, which just has the personnel action. Are there any questions regarding that?
Okay, I have one question.
Okay.
Were either of the resignations under any unhappy terms, or were they just
I'm not going to speak to the personnel here, but I did email you guys an explanation on the one that, on the first day of school, so I did email you that with specific details.
Are there any other questions? Hearing none, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Professional Staff Evaluation Handbook. Dr. J. will
Madam
Keeley be speaking.
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board and guests. Basically, what we have here is we've cleaned up the document, shortened it a little bit, made it a little bit more user-friendly. Nothing is new, it's just reorganizing the document. The same evaluation tool has been in place since I was principal. I think it works well. It gives you a lot of opportunities to work with staff on growth. But basically, it's just a way to clean it up and make it a little bit more user-friendly and condense it a little bit. I think Kaylee's here to answer any questions you have about it.
I think it's very good. I have one question. Is it on a computer? So, okay. Because that way you start writing things as you're evaluating and continue. Very good.
I appreciate that you gave us the old one and then did
Yes.
the changes in red. Are there other questions regarding the new handbook? Okay, this is just an information discussion item, so hearing none, we'll move forward. Thank you for your hard work on that, Keely. Next up is the Four Peaks AC issues. Dr. J.
Madam President, members of the board and guests, we're here to answer whatever questions we can. Some of the history of the Four Peaks building is, a lot of it actually was before my time, and I knew some things as a principal when EVIT came in and trying to maneuver through that. So we'll do our best to answer questions, and if we can't, we will continue to get answers for you. I can tell you that when this topic came up, I have reached out to Dr. Wilson at EVIT. I've not heard back from him. I did speak to Dr. Allen. I spoke to Dr. Sweeney. I spoke to former teachers who were here at the time to try to get a little bit more understanding about that. Again, I was not here. The numbers that I shared earlier this year, the Four Peaks cost breakdown, I took that directly from the information that I received from Karen Popowitz and any reports that specifically, were part of the Four Peaks. But some of those expenditures from back in 2020, 2021 is going to take us some time to be able to get you everything that you need. A lot of those are paper copies that we had to go through and find invoices. We have updated that process to where it's all digital, but again, those are before my time.
Okay. The reason this is being brought to the board is because, as we all know, that the AC keeps going out primarily in the watchmakers section of Four Peaks. Even up until just a couple weeks ago, John keeps having the company out to repair it. They've done different things, tried to salvage parts, but basically, we got an estimate that it's probably gotten its last leg and will need replaced. But no one in the district is comfortable replacing that without board approval, which this is just a discussion tonight. There's no approval because with the building being on the ballot, do we really want to invest $50,000 into new AC units for the building? So I asked Krista and Dr. J to provide the expenses that we've had since the building has been under our tenancy. Basically, prior to the tenants being in there, EVIT was in the building. They wanted to sublease the building to tenants when their enrollment did not benefit them, that they thought they would get a lot of kids to do the EVIT programs over there, but the kids weren't really interested in the programs that were at EVIT. So they started subleasing, and then the town got involved and did the Biz Hub, and that's how we ended up with some of the tenants in there. However, it's still not profitable. We still are investing a lot of money every year, basically losing money on that building. And so basically, the expenses that you're looking at on the spreadsheet over the last 3 years have all gone to the AC units. So it's quite a bit. There was a question, Libby had a question, she wondered why we paid some of these that was under the EVIT umbrella at the time. Unfortunately, during COVID, EVIT decided that they pretty much were done with the building. They didn't have kids over there, we weren't back to school, and so it still fell upon us even though they were under a rental agreement. When Superintendent Glass came, she decided it was not beneficial to have that partnership with EVIT any longer, and so she asked the board to terminate the lease with EVIT in November of 2020. So the board did, as EVIT was not using the building anymore and did not want any part of it, and then we were left with the renters. So that's how we got to here.
Madam President, I did verify with former teachers that, in fact, they did move out that year on the return from when we went on the COVID virtual in March of 20. That was the year that I left. So that following year, my understanding is no one was in that building from Fountain Hill School District. Everyone moved back to the technology building. And my guess is, and again, I'm still trying to verify, but my guess is that with no students in there, that possibly EVIT looked at that as, not upholding our bargain. I don't know the answer. I'm just saying, I've reached out to Dr. Wilson. I've asked for him, if he can't get back to me, to have his CFO or business manager get back to me so I can verify some of those facts. Dr. Allen, when I spoke with him, could not remember back to details about that, but like I said, we will continue to search for that information. I also just want to share that with FTS, with the watch company, and John's here to answer some questions as well, but one of the things that we got to remember there is that their utilities are included. So there's their AC is 3,600, roughly 3,600 square feet, correct, John? Right around there, 4 classrooms. And the $720 a month that they pay in rent does not cover, obviously, all the costs. The AC is also, to my understanding, running 24/7. Is that correct, John, as well, because of the room? Yeah, come on up. And I just want to make sure that people understand that that is a unique renter, because a lot of our renters have
I
AC.
appreciate you, and sorry to take the microphone, but I appreciate you pointing out those minor costs. Just alone to maintain the building with a custodial crew is $2,200 a month on average. We've been paying for that for at least 4 years. So if you take that plus the $69,000, roughly $70,000 we paid for air conditioning, upkeep and repairs there, and add in whatever that comes out to, I'll say roughly 36, no more than that, 2,000 is, that's $60,000. So you have $120,000, and it's my understanding we've taken in $88,000 in receipts. And I'm not a very smart man, I really am not, but I realize there's a delta, a negative delta between 120 and 88. And we keep, and I came to this board, and again, water under the bridge. I came to this board a few years ago and said, this is a losing proposition, dump this. And here we are 4 years later still talking about it. So at some point, we can talk about the minutia. We can get into the weeds on all these numbers. At the end of the day, I will stake my 40-year career, this is a losing proposition. This dog doesn't hunt. And if I seem obtuse, I am. If I seem that I'm not suffering this very well, I stipulate to that. So I will answer any questions you have.
Go ahead, Libby.
I don't think that any of us are objecting, or at least I'm not, to it being a losing proposition. What I am asking for, and not necessarily of you, because I don't believe this falls into your realm,
All right.
is actual numbers that match. That's it. I have
And
looked.
I don't disagree with you.
Even today, I come and it's different than what I got in the board packet.
Right.
And I'm going back because, and I'll come back to that, so thank you.
And I don't disagree with the concern about the numbers not matching up. In my previous life, that's the first thing I did when I went into a company as a consultant was want to look at their books, because the books tell the underlying story, right? So I get it. I don't disagree with you. But I'll leave it at that. I don't disagree with you.
So, just real quick, can you, before you head back, can you just explain how that renter is unique with their air conditioning use?
So FTS, the watch company, has, there are 4 rooms that they primarily use over there. There are 2 rooms that are a clean room environment. There's a room that they use for we'll call it the executive suite, their executive offices. And then there is a room that they use for their other staff on a day-to-day basis. What's unique is when they went and installed the HEPA filters and the negative pressure system that they need in their clean room environment, they also changed out all of the controls, and none of that was bounced off of us. So they changed the controls, they put these HEPA filters in, they're operating with older units. If you're not familiar with how a HEPA filter works, it's like the filter in your house on steroids and working out 2 hours a day, 3 times a day. So it takes a lot of pressure from the air conditioning unit, and I'm simplifying this, to push the air through into the room. That puts a strain on old equipment.
So are the AC units that are on the roof, are they package units, they're heat and AC?
They are package units there, yes.
Okay, and they're electric, not on gas?
They do operate on electric, correct.
Okay. Have we considered repurposing some of the other units from the other side of the building? I know we've salvaged parts, but have we asked about repurposing a unit to get us by or get them by?
That's a great question. The answer is yes. To repurpose so I just want to be careful so I don't get caught up in this. There are only probably, working with Bel Air, there are probably only 4 units that can be repurposed that might have
All
a
in the
life
old Four Peaks building?
out of the old Four Peaks building. Most of the units could be repurposed, but there's only 4 that profile well enough to make the move. To repurpose those units, it would still be greater than $9,000, but less than $12,000. Because we have to rip them up. What are we going to do with the hole we leave in the roof? Then they have to be moved. They're going to have to be taken off by a crane. They're going to have to be relocated, put back up by a crane. It's an expensive proposition. A new unit all in is going to be $15,000 or less. And that's why, and again, I understand where we get into some of the confusion over the numbers. So I was asked at some point how much to replace, or what was my anticipated cost for replacing units at Four Peaks, and I said $45,000. That was based on replacing 3 units at $15,000 apiece, and those 3 units, in my mind, would be the 2 units that are currently supplying the clean room, the 2 clean rooms, and the unit that supplies air conditioning to their executive suite, because that unit is also a unit that we've spent a lot of money on to keep limping it along.
Who makes the units?
I want to say that, I don't know for sure. I believe that, though, that 2 are Carrier and 1 is, I don't remember the other one.
What's the SEER on them?
What?
What's the SEER on them?
What year?
The SEER, S-E-E-R, the energy efficiency. What is it?
Oh, the energy efficiency on those is, I think, in the 70s.
Are they 5 ton units?
What?
5?
Are they 5-ton units? Like, do you know what the tonnage is on?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
And are the old units still running off of the R22?
They are running off the
Which-
old refrigeration, right?
Good luck getting
Yeah,
R22.
exactly.
So, and that's the other issue, is that the units are so old, like we were talking about repurposing. So if you think about, not to be rude to anybody, but if you take a really old person and who's very comfortable in their position, and you try and pick them up and move them, you're probably going to break something along the way. And the fact that there are 22 units, you know, the government changed out R22. They're not manufacturing anymore. Some of the AC companies still have it, but they don't carry it on their trucks anymore. So it's a specialty now, and it's expensive. I actually looked up just for one of my residential clients, and it was like $198 a pound for R22 because it's so ridiculous now. And, you know, a residential unit, if it has a leak, can take anywhere from 3 to 5 pounds. So it gets expensive, but that's good to know that it's 15,000, not 50,000. The other thing I'd like to bring up is that you all received the response from our attorney, Dave Paoli, that technically we are the landlord there. Under the Landlord Tenant Act, we are responsible for making sure that AC unit works, or that we do put in a new AC unit. So it's just something that the board needs to consider and keep on, you know, out in the forefront, that this may be a cost. And so whether the building, you know, it's on the ballot, if it passes, it's probably beneficial for the board to look at doing something with that relatively soon. Whether we like it or not, it's not going to be a moneymaker. And so changing out those AC units is not going to be beneficial. And at this point, if we can't make them last, we're going to have to change out AC units in a building that may not be there next year.
I have one follow-up question. So.
And by the way, I know you.
It's all good.
But I've just finished working 75 out of 77 days.
Yes,
My
we appreciate
hours,
you.
8-hour days are already into October, so I am just tired.
And
So
I
I
apologize. No, it's okay. But you brought it up, so
You're
I'm gonna
right,
ask.
so I will go home later and flog myself for bringing it up.
So you said that we spend about $2,200 a month in janitorial services.
Yes.
Can you explain what type of janitorial services we are currently providing at that site?
So the tenants are responsible for everything inside their doors. But the rest of the building, which is about 1/3 of the overall space, I'm not saying it's 1/3 of the space, but it's 1/3 of the overall space that where tenants occupy, has to be cleaned 3 times a week. And what we do there is we clean the bathrooms, we clean the gymnasium floor, we clean all the carpets, they restock all the paper supplies, and they, by the way, they work for less than our custodians do per hour for the work they do. So in terms of value, I think we're getting a pretty decent value. Also, Jani King has, every year Jani King has tried to impose a slight price increase on me, and I have told them no. And in preparation for this meeting, because I was thinking about this just today, I realized that they had not given me a price for this year, and I sent Maria Guzman a note saying, where's the contract and the price for this year? And I didn't see that she answered me back yet. So I'm assuming they're going to be where they're at. Which brings me another thing, some great news that I had when I was negotiating on something else. I can't even remember what it was. And it was on Dankin. They do they do all of our chiller plants, right? So they sent me an estimate probably a month ago that I got to last week, and I realized that they wanted to charge me 13.5% more than they charged me last year. To which I responded, you can go pound sand. I'm going to look at all alternatives. And then he called me immediately to say, that must have been a mistake. And I said, Horst. And he said, we're going to give you a better quote. And he sent me back, and now they're like 2.5 points over what they were last year. and they are my preferred vendor. I'll say that. They are my preferred vendor. I trust them. They do a good job around here, but they're not going to take me for a ride over 13% increase. And the other thing I want to say while we're here, just as part of my CV and how seriously I take my fiduciary responsibility to this district. And again, I stipulate that things are coded wrong and numbers don't add up, and I would be the first one to say that's a red flag. So I don't disagree with you. But I just know the cut of the jib of the people that I work with. And I think a lot of this is lack of attention to detail when things have been entered. Coding things in the wrong place. People working with accounting that don't have an accounting background. And I don't think there's anything nefarious going on. Because if I thought that, I would be the first one to pick up the phone and be deep throat and call Jill Reed and say, I think we got a problem here.
Okay, we're gonna have.
Nobody is accused of
Right.
that.
No, I know, I know
so
you're not.
just-
And
I
We're
think
not
I
gonna
was very
get,
gracious
yeah,
there.
let's
so-
get out of the weeds.
yeah, let's get out of the weeds.
I did want to clarify,
Any other questions?
R22 is 168 a pound for residential, not 198. I don't want anyone misquoting me, so. Go ahead, Madison. Oh, Dana.
Dana has something.
Are you down there, Dana?
Yeah, I'm
It's
here.
tonight.
So I have a real problem with Four Peaks anyway, I always have. Didn't believe we should have gotten into the agreement with EVIT, but we won't go back that far. Right now, though, we have lease agreements that are good through December 31st. And my concern, and I've ran this by Kane, there's a part of the Arizona Constitution that talks about a gift of public funds.
Use your mic.
Sorry, my principal voice now. Gift of public funds, and we cannot give anything away that we have, money or resources. Right now, and for a lot of time, we've been giving money to private enterprises. And I'm opposed to doing that anymore. We got an agreement till 31st of December. If we're not voting tonight, I know that, but and it's going to be on an upcoming agenda, I hope.
It is.
And we're not in the business of supporting private enterprises. We're a public entity. I think it's time to just call it quits. January 1st, we're out of maintaining the building in any cost element at all. So that's mine.
And I agree. I want to clarify, we're not giving away money. We're just not charging enough rent.
Right.
But the end result is a net
Right.
cost on us.
Yes.
That we're putting money into a building that does not house our students, and we're not charging a fair price. So, Dana did ask that we talk about the Four Peaks lease that came after the future action was already put on the agenda. So that, you'll see that coming up. Okay, so back to the Four Peaks air conditioning. It's just was brought to the board as an information discussion, just so you could be aware of what's going on and the cost to replace, the cost that we've already put into it, and the fact that between now and the end of the lease, we may have to do more work.
I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Did we invite Kunal or an FTS representative to be here tonight to share their experiences with the air conditioning work? But I mean, the fact that we're discussing it, and we're calling them out as a special type of tenant, I think we should have probably let them know that it was going to be discussed in detail.
I communicate with them I did not communicate with them on tonight. I was not asked to. I did not, know where this conversation was going to go. I just wanted to make sure that the board and our public understand that the question that was brought up is that this specific system, this specific classroom is the one that we've had the issues with. I wanted everyone to understand that this is not the same setup as, say, KDA Dance, who has kids in there for a couple hours, and then the system automatically shuts off through John's automated system and runs at a different level throughout the rest of the time they're not there. This is on 24/7, is my understanding, and it puts a lot of pressure on the building, so I just think that's something people should know.
I agree.
And I also thought
They should
people
also know the experiences, though, that
Sure.
FTS has had with some of the technicians.
But
Do we-
Kunal just came and told us all that. He was already here.
No, but I mean, even the most recent experience, there's things that I feel are pertinent to know that because they're not here, he's not here to speak for himself. And I think that that's a little bit of a flaw tonight. Do we make sure that there's a district employee on site for all of the maintenance appointments or anytime that there's someone working on an air conditioning unit?
Yeah, there's, somebody meets the vendor while they're out there. If it's me, I usually meet with them, go over what the expectation is, give them access to whatever they need, make sure that they understand what, how to contact me. I give them an emergency backup number to contact as well, and then I have to go on to the next thing. I don't have the time to sit there and watch what they do, so.
Okay, so I have a couple questions about some things that I heard. And again, I just took some time out of my personal day to go and meet with Kunal. Like, he's opened up for all of the board members, asking us to come by and look at stuff. And so he shared with me some experiences, and his effort is to work with the district, and he does not want to be antagonistic. However, I think that there's been some either mismanagement or miscommunication with some of these techs. I guess maybe there was a time that the wrong AC unit was worked on because the tech did not have correct directions to the unit. Can you speak to that?
I'm unaware of that.
Okay, and then with this just recent one where we believed the unit was going to have to be replaced, I was told that the tech let Kunal know that it was just a door left open and that he just had to reclose the door. We were told that it was blown off in a windstorm. Can you speak to that?
I was told that it came off during a windstorm.
That's what the tech.
That was the most likely reason that it came off.
Okay, because if the tech shared with the tenant that it was a mistake on a previous tech, I would hope that we
Right,
would.
do we have a work order on
have
that?
that
I'll
not covered.
follow up with them on that.
Okay, I don't have the work order reference. I would have hoped Kunal could have been here tonight, but if he didn't know. And then, do we have a record of the client asks tied to these dates of services so that we can match them up? Because I believe that some of these are not tied to the FTS location.
They're not all tied to FTS. We
Okay.
already,
I don't
we already
understand
know
if
that.
you're looking for an answer,
That-
I don't understand.
Can they put in a FMX request?
Can we what?
Can Kunal put in an FMX request?
Canal does have the ability, and he was one of the original tenants to have the ability to put an FMX request.
Does he use FMX?
He uses it, yes, if I insist on him using it, otherwise,
What is FMX?
FMX is our software that does the work orders for John to know what needs to be done.
Okay.
I typically get an email from him or some kind of message saying that the air is out. I then go to John. John takes it from there. So, yeah.
Well, to have accurate records in the future, I suggest you insist with all tenants that they use the FMX system.
That would be
yeah,
excellent.
they do, and we're working on that. Let's not pick on the tenants alone, but we're working on that with staff as well. I think Dr. J is probably tired of asking me something, and he's asking, is there an FMX on this already?
But it would make it easier for the board.
It
Since
would
these are
be.
outside entities, they're not under our jurisdiction, other than the fact that we are the landlord. Because of the Arizona Tenant Landlord Act, we hold a different responsibility with the four-piece renters than we do with teachers in our district. So we want everybody to be happy and comfortable, but it's a different entity. So we need to insist that if there is a work order for that Four Peaks building from a renter, that they're going through the proper channels and there's documentation on that.
Right. Yeah, and we do document everything in
I'm sure.
FMX, we do.
But I would prefer that they submit their request that way as well.
Right? Yeah, and I insist that they do it. It's just the only way I can keep up.
Thank you.
Like I said, my RAM is full.
Okay, and then last thing, I did email you, it was just this afternoon before I came, but I did email you some contractors that a retired AC contractor shared with me, companies that he feels are very reputable, and he also shared that Bel Air and Climate Tech are two of the highest priced companies there are in this industry. So
Well,
I would just suggest we get
I will look
bids on
into
all
it.
of the
I will
work.
definitely look into it, and I have just recently looked into Bel Air on another purchase, so I will follow through and check with them, but I can say that the last time I checked, Bel Air came in way under what I expected, but again, John works with a variety of companies, and I will definitely reach out to the ones you sent me and see what they have to say.
So when it comes to air conditioning and plumbing, your price is one component in the decision-making process as far as I'm concerned. You have to have somebody who's dependable, that is going to show up in a timely manner, that isn't going to overcharge you per hour, because at the end of the day, when we ask for emergency work to be done and equipment's involved, they understand that the expectation is that I'm going to pick that apart when I get the invoice. A great example, I'm not getting into the weeds on it again, but their per hour rate is competitive with any other shop that is a 1 GPA or a Mojave contractor out there. Their per hour rate for regular labor, overtime, and emergency labor is competitive. And like I said, when I get the invoices, or when I get the price ahead of time, if it's not an emergency, I pick through that. I not only use them, but I'll call other vendors that I've done business with in the past and say, how much is this 80-gallon industrial commercial water heater? And this is the spec. And I do get feedback even live when I have the opportunity to.
Okay, well, yeah, I feel like that speaks to the benefits of getting multiple bids. It keeps things competitive. Even if you got 3 bids all from co-ops, that would give us the ability to feel that we're at least checking that we're getting a fair price. And I think to not even consider companies that someone in the industry recommends would be a mistake, especially if we can save the district.
I said I will reach out to
Yeah.
them. I just want to be clear, though, that one thing I've seen this last year, is that school components are very complicated, and there's a lot to those components. So I will definitely call, and I will share with you results that I get.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, or can we move on from this topic?
Oh, I have one
Dana?
more. Oh, go ahead.
All right, I have 7 minutes till I'm at 15 hours this workday. I have to be off duty in 7
Go ahead,
minutes.
Just for next meeting, I would request that our attorney show up,
That our attorney would
be here.
be here, okay, so.
I've requested that for this conversation.
How
also.
often you said that the cleaning crew is there 3 times a week?
3 times a week.
And are they the only ones that are going on a regular basis, or are you kind of, outside of the service calls, are you kind of going in and checking in on things?
So we have a process for checking in on their work, and it falls to either myself or my assistant, and we will just pick random moment of time to go over and check to make sure all the bathrooms are clean. We usually do it early in the morning after they've been there to clean. Make sure the bathrooms are clean, that everything is stocked properly. We check for dust in the hallways, and so we do that moment in time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, John. I appreciate all your time you put into this.
All right, and I appreciate anything the governing board does as well. I know you guys have a thankless, payless job, so I appreciate it. All right, thank you.
Appreciate you and your staff.
Krista, public comments?
Before we go to public comments, can we get a directive to answer the questions properly, or no? I would like.
Do you want to discuss it right now, or you want them to redo their questions?
I'd like accurate answers. I didn't ask for the spreadsheet, so I'm sorry for whoever asked for the spreadsheet and then to put you guys through the pain, but I would like it updated and then the answers to the questions to be reflected as such, so we have some reconciliation ability between them.
Okay. Call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment. Time limits may be allocated on public comment at the discretion of the board president for the board to efficiently complete its business. The board reserves the right to prohibit any comments made in a discourteous or threatening manner. Complaints about specific individuals, students, or personnel are discouraged. Personnel issues should be directed to the appropriate staff member or administrator per district policy. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, Action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. The board does allot 3 minutes for public comment. I will give you a 30-second notice when you have 30 seconds left of your public comment. I can't read the first name, I'm very sorry, but the last name is Corrigan. Thank you. Can you tell us your first?
Matthew Corrigan.
Matthew, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Pretty simple. I hope that's not my 3 minutes.
No.
Okay. Mr. Superintendent, board members, Matthew Corrigan. I'm a homeowner and resident here in Fountain Hills. Building financial trust in people and institutions is usually based on how well they perform fiduciary responsibilities. Are they transparent? Do they follow the rules, laws, and guidelines? Do they honestly report financial matters to the proper authorities? When it comes time to ask residents to pay more taxes by voting for a 15-year, $25 million bond amounting to as much as $48 million after interest is paid, the Fountain Hills School District would probably want to build trust. But ask yourself, have you built trust? All of you are aware and have read the May 24th letter from the Arizona Auditor General informing you that the Fountain Hills Unified School District is not in compliance with the Uniform System of Financial Records for Arizona school districts. Not only that, but the Auditor General cited 8 pages of noncompliance. Let me remind you of just a few of these items. Number 1, the district did not annually provide employees guidance on what constitutes conflicts of interest. 2, governing board members did not report any conflicts and employees did not complete annual conflict of interest forms. 3, for all 5 student activities receipts, the governing board did not approve the fundraising events. 4, the district did not post the notice of public hearing for the December revised budget 10 days prior to the meeting. 5, the district recorded bond payments of $1 million to long-term debt rather than bond principal payments, and 11 more coding errors. 6, the district used maintenance and operation account rather than miscellaneous clearing account to make multiple payments in thousands of dollars. 7, 3 of 26 disbursements, the purchase order was prepared after the goods and services were ordered. 8, for all 10 vendors reviewed, with purchases between $10,000 and $100,000, the district did not obtain written quotes. 9, the district spent $48,000 with a vendor which an employee had a substantial interest in the business. 10, the district did not provide employees annual security training, nor did it provide disaster recovery planning documents. I could go on and on, but you're aware of all of them. There's 65
You have 30 seconds
in this
left.
letter. Thank you for the 30-second warning. How would I grade the board? Sadly, it would not be a high score. If it was a school report or report card, it would be well under a C. Would I trust this document to guide me? Probably. And I would have to say, after looking at that and considering it, I would vote no on the $25 million bond. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Next up is Nancy Ordowski.
If you're walking today.
The walker's gone. My name is Nancy Ordowski. I've been a resident here in Fountain Hills for 25 years. I've raised 2 children and I have 5 grandsons. My husband was in education for 36 years. First, I want to thank the team, most of whom have all left, that did so much work with the repairs and everything else. They definitely have saved the district money, and it's really, really important. And then there's the library and the planetarium. One of the questions, or some of the questions I had that weren't asked, is how long will it take to build out this particular space? When would the construction begin? And obviously, I'm making an assumption, and you know what that word means. Students probably can't use the library space during that particular time period. I was very, very impressed with the videos and the information that these gentlemen put out and the direction. I could see my grandsons being very excited about being there when they were in that younger age, space and everything. But I question doing this right now, and I know that our Dark Sky project isn't done, but I do know that there's a museum in Phoenix that we could take our children to. And kids do enjoy getting out of the school buildings and out into some of the other spaces. So I question whether this is the wise thing to do when we don't know whether the bond is going to pass, and we have roof maintenance that needs to be done at the high school, air conditioning that needs to be done at the high school, locker room and bathroom and water issues at the high school. And like you've said, we've done a lot of work on the elementary school. And yes, those students, we hope to be with us all of the time, but we've got kids in the high school that have already been with us for a long time that deserve the same good spaces that we're looking for the elementary school. And we don't know whether this bond issue is going to pass. So I think it's something that we really need to consider in making this, or be thinking about in making this decision. And I keep hearing, and I've been coming to most of the meetings, I try to be here, but I keep hearing, we've got a grant that's going to take care of that. We've got a grant that's going to take care of that. From my experience, every grant that comes to us has chains that tell us we've got to do something else for them because we're taking their money.
You have 30 seconds left.
So please keep that in mind when you're accepting grants, because I think that's a really important place where we can get ourselves into some hot water. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Larry Myers.
Superintendent, Board. I was investigating the spending habits of the district, not trying to find out how much you spend on pencils, but for the big ticket items that you've been discussing here tonight. And I was rather struck by the difficulty it was in actually finding the information. I don't call it transparent. When I call the town looking for the same thing, so don't feel singled out here, I get shuttled to a guy named David Pock. It's Tyler, David Pock. I may have discovered that. And so that's new information for me. And David usually, I hear him pound on the keyboard and he gives me the answer, or he calls me back in 10 minutes. And I have the answer for the question that I was asking. But I digress. So what I did find was those two contractors, Climate Tech and Bel Air, they're the most expensive contractors in the valley, bar none. Union shops in a right-to-work state, which means their products and services cost more than you can get them elsewhere. So, just letting you know and asking this question, do we take multiple bids? Because I've asked the same question of the town, and this is a quote, "Open market purchases less than 10K do not require competitive quotations or bids. However, competitive quotations and bids should be obtained when practical. Small purchase, $10,000 to $49,999. Procuring department shall obtain at least 3 written competitive quotations for small purchases. For construction projects that exceed 50K, we more often than not go to bid." So I ask, do we do that for the school? Because the town does it for themselves, and it seems like a wise thing to do when you're spending other people's money. Mine. Theirs. So So since I couldn't find the information on the HVAC units, and I wholeheartedly support not spending the money on them, I do have access to direct contacts to DPR, which is a giant national construction company, and all of their software, and I figured out what was on the roof based on the square footage of the building and the tonnage of the package units,
You have 30 seconds left.
and figured out and got the quote from them at about $10,000 apiece. So we're spending too much money because it's probably Klondike or Bel Air. So all of this is in relationship to the taxpayers making a business investment in the school district at a high interest rate and being able to see the books. So, Tyler, if I call you, can I see the books? Are you an accountant? Good job. Love to hear it. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening. So I've heard that since I don't have any children in the school district, that I should just be quiet. If that's the litmus test, then the majority on this board would also need to be quiet. So that is not the criteria. And since I am a property owner, a full-time resident, and a taxpayer who understands the importance of education, I do indeed have input about spending our tax dollars and also being asked to support a new 15-year, $25 million bond capped at a 12% interest rate. Now, although it's a nice design, the expense and financial commitment for the completed planetarium library project seems to be excessive at this time. And so also, I want to say I completely agree with the fact that we're getting a dark sky discovery center. It's in the works and expected to be built right here for all age levels to be enjoyed. So it doesn't seem like a wise investment right now. So I'm also confused after listening what the real final cost would be. It was all over, so I'm going to urge you to vote no on that. Also, it's premature to expect taxpayers to approve more bond money. And what are the real numbers documenting any significant increases in enrollment? Higher enrollment would ensure more money from the state. Improving your academic performance seems crucial to parents choosing to keep their kids in Fountain Hills. How is it that math and reading proficiency declined to the 30 and 40 percentile ranges after the $8 million 2014 bond was approved, of which millions are still being paid on? With a stronger academic program, some parents may not even feel the need to enroll their kids in a second education source such as the mathnasium in order to maintain their existing high levels. The school still owns multiple properties that aren't being utilized for students. And although various numbers have been given, Dr. Jagodinsky stated a yearly loss of $100,000 to $150,000 for Four Peaks at the June 7th meeting. So Four Peaks is now in the November $40,000 special election ballot to sell, lease, or exchange. And instead of rationalizing that it only cost another $500 to put a $25 million bond on the ballot, why weren't the unneeded Cavern and Aspen properties included on the ballot instead?
You have 30 seconds.
Selling those two properties in addition to Four Peaks seems fair to the taxpayers, and even better, sell Four Peaks to the town for $1, as stated by Mr. Saar. The school no longer then has the expenses or the potential problems of a contingency sale with rezoning. So thank you.
Jill, are you going to read the public comment that was emailed?
Oh, I didn't see a public comment email.
Yeah, there was one. I have one that says J. Reed, D. Sar, L. Acker, M. Reed, L. Settle. It shows all of us. It doesn't, I guess it doesn't show Kane and you, but it has all the board members.
It was a letter.
Okay, I'll look it up.
It came in at like 3:30, it looks like. So, were you able to? Yeah, thanks.
Oh, yep, here we go. Yeah, I was getting ready for the meeting at that point, so I didn't check my email. We don't typically take email public comments, but I'll go ahead and read it. The board, that's something the board will probably have to talk about at some point.
At the very least, I think they need to keep the public comment.
Right.
With their email.
So I'm going to put that on for a future agenda, public comment submissions. Okay. This one is from David Valco. It says, "Dear board members, I want to speak about concerns I have about the FHUSD procurement process. My background includes being a Fountain Hills resident for the last 12 years. I'm a parent, a local business owner, and a software designer with over 20 years of experience responding to clients' requests for pricing with quotes and bids for work. My experience in this last area sparks my concern regarding your procurement process. I've explored becoming a vendor to the school district. The district told me that I should join the Mojave Cooperative and that it would make it easier to work with me. I was also told that jobs under 100,000 don't need multiple bids if they are dealing with a member of the cooperative, speeding up the procurement process. The Mojave Cooperative is an organization that vets contractors on behalf of government entities in Arizona, including public school districts like ours. While the vetting process sets various aspects of how a vendor can bill a client, it does not ensure competitive bidding for a given job. My concern is the need for more competitive bidding in the district for jobs between 10,000 to 100,000. The purpose of getting bids from multiple vendors is to avoid overpaying. Without multiple vendors bidding, individual vendors tend to spend the provided budget to give the client the best possible experience. Also, while the vendor is looking out for the client's interests, ideally they are a business operating for a profit. The desire for profit tends to drive prices up considerably over time. The only way to ensure prices do not grow out of control over time is to engage in competitive bidding with multiple firms. I strongly encourage the district to reconsider the policy of not obtaining multiple bids for work under 100,000. Not getting multiple bids surely wastes taxpayer money. The savings will be substantial and lessen the need for outside funding such as a bond or override. The policy in question is likely a significant contributor as to why a bond and override appear to be necessary in the first place. Sincerely, David Valco. Thank you. If the board so pleases, I can go ahead and add co-op and procurement on to a future agenda to have a discussion.
Can we discuss that at the
We can. So,
end?
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, action items. The first is the job contracting for McDowell Mountain Consolidation Project for the library. Are there any other comments, questions, discussion?
My comment is that I will be voting no to show up to the meeting tonight and have a different bid. And then my concerns for and I understand different is taking an item off, but to be presented with something that was different than what we were initially presented with gives me pause. And then what we have carrying forward when we have some significant repairs that need to be done currently, I just don't think that's in the best interest of our funds at this time.
Well, if there's no other discussion, I would move that we table this and go back to the drawing board for a new idea that maybe has a better price tag.
Well, you didn't give them a chance to discuss, though, before you motioned, but Lillian and Dana, do you have any discussion?
I think we've discussed it enough.
Okay. Well, I have a motion then to table. Do I have a second? Okay, hearing none, your motion does not pass. Okay. Is there a motion regarding the library project?
I move we accept it as presented.
I second.
I have a motion and a second, I have a motion and a second to approve the library consolidation project. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. Next up is the Dave Bang indoor playground for the elementary school. Dr. J?
Yeah. And my name is Gordon, yes. From my screen here tonight. Okay, so one of the things that we discussed as a team is the ability to continue to grow our experience for our students. And when we started this project at McDowell Mountain, one of the things that we talked about was the ability to have an indoor play space for the kids for a variety of reasons. One was for, obviously, before school care. For a lot of people that maybe don't know, we went to free before school care this year as a way to help our parents who maybe work somewhere else and just can't make that time work. I had to deal with that for many years. I know how hard that is to find daycare. And so we worked with our team and we were able to put that in, and Kevin has shared back with me that it has been very, very popular. We have 75 kids coming in the morning now for the before school care, so that's been really good. We also looked at the idea of, we have space at this site, space that a lot of other schools do not have. And so we spend so many days with the heat index above 105. We have rain days. We have a lot of opportunities to utilize a play space that is indoor. And so that was another factor that we looked at. We also are looking at, there may come a time as well where we may need to be in the after-school care business. We work with Boys and Girls Club. As we saw this last year, Boys and Girls Club got out of the morning care service, and we picked it up for them. So again, it gives another opportunity. It allows us to have a self-contained play space where the kids are in air conditioned. We can have our morning staff have that ability to work with them there, and then obviously after school. It would also serve throughout the day for the multiple recesses that we run with now 6 grade levels at that school. And again, we've been creative in our space of where we put things, but we thought that would be another opportunity there. Lastly, we've talked with our special ed staff as well about the possibility of could you use this, and I met with them several times prior, but I wanted to reassure that I had it right when I spoke with them, and they said that they do believe that this would be another tool that they could use in for example, physical therapy and opportunities there. So those were kind of the main reasons behind it, was that it gave us another item, another thing that really we felt got people to look at us and say, this is something unique, this is something different. And I've shared very much that a big part of what we're trying to do at the younger ages is to have the kids play and work through imaginative play and have those opportunities. So that's kind of where we started at. We looked at several different models, several different locations. The one that we are presenting tonight is from Dave Bang. I did get 3 different quotes on this, even though Dave Bang is a cooperative. So this is the one that we've put forward. This would allow us to have an entire grade level, have access to this at a time, and would allow them, again, to work on the skills that I think a lot of them, a lot of our kids missed out on some really amazing opportunities over the last few years, and being a principal during the pandemic, it was very hard to see how much they lost. So I do believe that this project, again, will fit in with what we're trying to do over there to try to build excitement, to try to have families when they tour, when they look at it, to say, this is something unique that I could see my kid at. This is something I could see my child really enjoying. And we've seen studies have shown that when kids enjoy school, they have a good experience at school, that attendance rates go up. That's tied directly to our ADM and to our funding. And I do believe that the more work we do at our sites, the more opportunities we're going to have to pull in enrollment. So, so these are, that is the one that we have put forward. These are some of the core values, the things that, that when we worked with Dave Bang on, and Soft Play is the company that does this. This is a commercial grade, so it's made for lots of kids at one time. But again, being imaginative, being active, there's certain things within their system that are exclusive to Soft Play that other companies don't offer. The sensory, social, and its inclusive experience of our special needs students as well. One of the things that's great about this is that there's the ability at the lower level of this for kids with disabilities to be able to continue to participate with their peers and be a part of some of that play that maybe they can't do in certain other projects. And for those who've known me for a long time, my dedication to our special needs students has always been, I want them to have the best experience possible, to have opportunities to do the things that every student has on campus. The other three that I received, the other two that I received bids on, one of them came in at $250, and one of them came in at $200. So those were the three pieces. I'm going to show you the other two here. One is from GoPlay, and the other one is from 3M. And so we reached out, and I do not believe GoPlay is on the.
Kane, is there a reason that we don't have that bid sheet or copies of the other bids with
Because I
this?
recommended the one, but hearing what you said about wanting to see other bids, I did go out and do that.
But we don't have them in here. Normally
we're
there's
not-
that bid sheet that
Sure.
has all the prices listed
We
in the
didn't
companies.
recommend them because of the fact that this one is more expensive, and this one is much smaller and did not meet our needs. So we also had Val Fernandez in our our business department give me a list of vendors. I did reach out to as many as I could. Most of them do not do this kind of work, and the few that did, I did get information back. So that is why I'm recommending the one from Dave Bang, and that's the one that's on there, but I just wanted to show you that I took that extra step to look at additional companies.
I appreciate that, but you're not showing me or telling me, and normally there's that 3 bid sheet that's in here, and it's so for exactly that purpose, that we can see. And
This is not a cooperative.
I understand, so it says on here, Dave Bang is part of a Mojave co-op and does not require 3 bids.
Correct.
You're telling me that you got 3 bids and that this is the best one, but there's no supporting documents, which every time we've gotten 3 bids, we have all 3 company estimates in our hands.
I was just doing what you'd asked, and again, trying to show you that I did take that extra step.
So can we get copies of those other bids?
Sure.
Thank you.
In addition to this project, we did have a donor come forward, and the Vernon C. Johnson Foundation has committed $50,000 to this project as well. So with that, I will take questions.
It's not super duper related, I'm just looking at the total cost. How much would the high school bathrooms near the field cost to repair? And I'm just basing off the estimate of the middle school bathrooms.
Sure, can I speak to the high school? Yeah, so as the former principal of Fountain Hills High School, Chris Hartman was here, we have spoke several times about planned work that's going to be done out of our budget for this year. What a lot of people don't understand as well is that the high school did receive a lot of additional purchases and things when I was principal there as well. I spoke to the high school staff on several occasions and talked to them that our priority has been the consolidation of these 2 sites and that our focus is turning to them. I've spoke to them about what we did in the bathrooms. We were able to save a ton of money by going with the new coating over the countertops, the epoxy flooring, and we are looking at that, but we're also looking at the safety of what happens in the bathrooms at this time. So we're looking at what other options do we have when we have students in there, with a vaping or a fight or something like that. So John and Chris and I have had multiple conversations about what the plans are for the high school, and that is part of our plans and our budget for this year to get that up and running.
Okay, Dr. J.
I know, I just wanted to answer that.
The
I know-
bathrooms are not on
I
the
know,
agenda.
that's why I asked if I
I know.
could speak to it.
But just, we need to write it back.
Okay, so-
So I have a request going forward on all of our action items with expenditures. The funding has been listed as NA, and I'd like to see a funding source moving forward.
On the cover page. Do you have any questions regarding the playground?
Yep.
Dana?
So where is this going?
So we have multiple options here. We are looking at the team room as the primary, but one of the team rooms is the primary location. That's what we've talked with staff about from day one. But we've also looked at the possibility we have an extra space available in the current band room that we have now that is a pretty massive size room. And that is something Kevin has requested that we look at that as another possibility. So I'm working through that with him, but we have multiple locations to place it.
Well, that has a bearing on the specifications for the equipment.
So the equipment does fit there. The slabs have been checked by Orcutt Winslow, and there's no tension.
Post-tension.
Post-tension, there you go. So it does allow us to have that, but it's always been, from the very beginning, the discussion has been the center team room in the second and third grade area.
Can you go back to the list of academic,
Teams?
no,
The values?
value, whatever the text was.
Oh,
out there.
we talked about like the sensory and.
And the state has standards in physical education at all levels, even the little bitty kids, right? Are we specking out the requirement that something like this meet those specifications?
Yeah, I mean, it's an additional opportunity for our PE teachers, and like I said, I spent time with Jamie Norris and Esther and talked to them about, before coming forward with this, and I said, is this something that you will be able to utilize? And they did say yes. They said it's not gonna necessarily replace anything that they're doing, but it is an additional opportunity for them to be able to utilize it and make it part of what they do, yes.
That would help to have a presentation from them. I mean, this is an academic expenditure, or is this another wow factor, I guess is my question.
I think I would look at it more as it's an opportunity for kids to have, the play part of it is number one. That is what we're looking at. I believe it's also an opportunity for us in our school to be able, I mean, everything is, being outside is great, and we push that, I get it. Like, we put an outside classroom, we put outside playgrounds. It gives us an opportunity to do something that a lot of other schools cannot do because of the space that we have. And I do think it does tie into what PE can do, what our positive behavior program, our before and after school program, lunch recess, before school, or second recess, all those types of things. So it's just another opportunity for us to provide our kids with a great experience at McDowell Mountain.
So, it's a couple $100,000, less 50. I'm a little bit concerned that we're living off donations of 2 or 3 people here in the last few years, but that's coming from the manufacturer, not the state of Arizona's physical education.
Sure.
So I would rather see us really focus more on meeting the state standards when it comes to these kind of purchases. If it works, fine, I'm all in favor of it, but I just think that we can do, kind of lock it in. So our state standards and our physical education, we've had these discussions going back 30 years with me. But we have to, it's past my bedtime here. We have to conform to state standards, period, end of story, right? And if we're not at the elementary level, then something like this could bring us into compliance. But we don't know where we're at with that stuff. We haven't seen anything. So I would like to have a discussion with this and with the new K-5, different levels of 1 through 5 have different standards for physical education. So, you know, we got people that know it, so why don't we bring them here and have that discussion?
Is there a motion there? What, I have a couple questions before you move anything. What is our total for the outdoor playgrounds, including the shade net? Like what are we at for having playgrounds at the elementary school?
All playgrounds?
Yeah, well, all the playgrounds at McDowell Mountain Elementary outside with the shade net, because that's all we've approved so far, correct? And then the Lou Interactive, which I know is somewhat.
I have it.
I'm looking forward to it.
So in the consolidation budget and expenses board PDF that we received, the playground to Dave Bang was $666,382, and the shade and net was $115,220.
And that does not include any of the preschool?
That does include the preschool.
Okay, so what was the preschool amount?
Preschool was about 135, I would say roughly.
By the way, the item is not a different school. It's this. So I move that we table this item until another upcoming board meeting.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to table the Dave Bang Indoor Playground. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next up is the board goals. We discussed these a couple different times. Libby did a great job formatting, and then the board's done great adding to them and wordsmithing. So are there any discussion? Is there any discussion regarding the board goals? Okay, hearing none, I move that we approve the board goals for the 23-24 school year.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up,
Second.
she seconded, yeah. Next up is the cross-country field trip to California. You were presented with Mrs. McDonald's packet, including her behavior agreement, insurance. Dr. J, it's my understanding they'll be going to a couple other places while they're in California, Disney and stuff. Does this cover all of the places that they're going?
Madam President, members of the board, yes, we did reach out to the building to ensure that the places they are going were included. Is that correct, Kristen?
Yeah,
We
so
updated it.
we updated the language of the permission slip
Okay.
to include water activities.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions regarding the cross-country field trip to California?
Just a clarification on the funding source. Where's the funding coming from for this trip?
On the application, it says booster fund, entry fees from the cross-country meet. Source of funds?
From the Fountain Hills meet that we go.
From their account.
Just, again,
On the cover page.
on the cover page would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, if there's no other questions, do I have a motion?
I motion that we approve the cross-country field trip to California.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the preschool handbook. Leah was here at our last meeting. If you had any questions, does anyone have any questions since then?
I motion we approve the preschool handbook.
Okay.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, and that is the adjournment of our business meeting. We will be moving into our work study session, but we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Where's the pizza?
Yeah, really.
I know, my husband's at home with dinner.
Yeah.
It must be nice, right?
Are you guys still using graphics now?
Almost done. Well, at least one you could throw up.
Yeah, so they're starting to go for classes, which is. That'll be their first meeting.
Just the first.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Anytime I need to.
Another person, it was like 7.
And Russ Sanders was, and we got, yeah, he was like.
But, I was,
Yep.
I wasn't going to be a French like.
Yeah, I love the software and it's working to keep it because we use it as a now we can do immense things with it. So we're still running projects with it. And this is.
So there for you, was a big deal back.
We were the leaders. And now everybody's doing it.
I was on the board.
It's a long time ago. It's awesome.
I know more like the community colleges.
Which one? Oh.
So did us. Yeah, I know. You know what? My comments before on that.
Strike. Yeah, all of us.
And by the way, I never talked to you.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't block my
We
view.
just finished that.
Oh, you. And you know, both of the original ones,
Oh, yeah. Herman still comes in. Paul's kind of being his own.
I know. Paul was one that was mostly involved.
He was doing it. Yeah, exactly. He's still doing it. He's still
I'll try. Tell them all hi. You're still on Central?
Yes, we're 29, 29 now. We moved to Little Excel.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a banner.
Right in the same.
It's probably a silly question, but were you able to do it yourself? As an adult, it was like a rude awakening that the world doesn't stop for your birthday, you know? It's like, oh, okay, it's just another day.
Not here.
This is like 5 minutes, right?
Yep, we're done.
No, I mean,
What?
the workshop.
Oh, yeah, good luck.
I had lunch at 10:30.
Well, I had it about 12 because I got a new crown today.
Oh,
So it's like, oh. So it's like, I couldn't eat for the longest time, you know. It's like,
All right, let's get Krista and Dr. J back. Thank you. Where did Krista go?
I think that's yours, because this was just barely on my
Okay, yeah.
spot. That's nice.
Okay, yeah, she copied my papers. We'll call the meeting back to order and move into our work study session. First up is the meeting format. Based on some comments that Madison has made and doing some research on my own and having sat on this board for a long time, I asked for this to be put on the agenda. So the current structure of how the meetings are scheduled is not working for this board. And so, obviously, we're having long meetings and things are getting put on at the last minute, which Madison has brought up that, you know, she doesn't appreciate that. So I went back into like 2018, and prior to Superintendent Glass coming, we never had work study sessions or special meetings unless it was like a special meeting, like the budget wasn't done and we had to meet because of a deadline. And so I would like to propose to the board that we go back to how things were prior to Superintendent Glass, because, don't laugh. Because prior to her coming, the board just had board meetings. We had 2 meetings a month, and other than in December when there was a holiday. And things were, if they were on the first board meeting, they were an information discussion item. And if they were on, and then it moved to the second board meeting and they were an action item. It wasn't structured like it is now, where if it doesn't make it on the first board meeting as an action item, it's gotta wait. Because, and so we keep ending up with these business meetings before our work study sessions, and I just don't think it's working for us. And so I appreciate your comments, and, you know, I've listened to you. And so I kept thinking about why we're in this position. I mean, there's a lot of reasons we're in this position, but why we're in this particular position. And I really feel it has to do with this guideline of the work study session. And so I pulled some agendas from like back in 2018. And nowhere on any of these agendas does it say anything about a work study, or that, you know, like every single one, it went through the same thing. It was public comments, the consent agenda. The only thing that changed was that the business information, like the financials and stuff, were only presented at one meeting because they're just a once a month thing. But I just would like to propose to the board that we get rid of this work study thing. And I'm fine either keeping the time the way it is, or changing the time that all of our meetings start at 6 o'clock. I know the board's already approved the meeting schedule, but we can change, you know, I mean, the days will stay the same, but with a board vote, we can change the time as well. So I'm open to hearing the conversation about it.
And I assume for, you know, if we have just board meetings, that we can still go through the same type of thing. If there's something we need to work on, I do appreciate the thought of presenting at one time and then being able to vote on it right away instead of waiting like 3 times around, because it seems like I don't want to read it all over again. I remember what it said and.
Right, I
going
like
through it.
that things used to, it didn't matter if it was the first meeting or the second meeting of the month. If it was a new item, it went on for information discussion, and so we could discuss it, and then you could think about it for 2 weeks, and then you come back and vote on it. And I think that that's more the direction that this board can take. I don't know why the work study session became a thing, like, all it is it's just really a big information discussion meeting. And so why can't we just have these things on as an information discussion, just like the audit tonight? It's an information discussion. It could be on the regular board meeting. It doesn't have to be a work study session. So I'm not a fan of that, and so I would just like some direction from the board as to how you would like to move forward with that.
I really appreciate you listening to what I had to say, because I think that this approach will definitely address that, because it does allow us, we do get a little bit of a heads up with what's on the agenda, so it gives us that little time to prepare, and then we also have that in-between time before an action is brought before us, and I think that's gonna be huge.
I will tell you that it doesn't mean it's always going to be that way. I mean, 90% of the time, yes, it would be an information discussion. 2 weeks later, it would be a vote. There's always going to be things that pop up, but not these big purchases and things like that that come at the very last minute. And it's not any fault of Dr. J's or any in finance or anything like that. It's just the way our meetings are structured, that we try and keep work study sessions as a work study session, but it's not working. But inevitably there's, and teachers are human, and I give them a lot of grace, but inevitably there's a teacher who goes, I needed this approved, and this is the only meeting I can get it approved at for a field trip. And so things like that do come up, but I just really would appreciate having the 2 weeks to think about things before we're asked to vote on them.
I agree.
The other thing that you've brought up is board packets. Krista's worked hard to try and get the board packets, but maybe this will allow her to get the board packets done early, but it's until you're sitting there, it's hard to explain that it's not an easy process to gather up all this information. So she is working on that, but at least if you know that you're going to get an information discussion item and 2 weeks later that you're going to be asked to vote on it, it might alleviate some of that stress.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And then also, I think with the upcoming list of agenda items, that's helpful too, because then that at least lets us know things to kind of keep under our own belt and do research on, or whatever we need to do to prepare. So I appreciate it.
Okay, so if we're in agreement, I will add this to the next meeting as an action item to change. So the board will need to decide if it wants to keep the meetings at 6 o'clock, or I'm sorry, at 5 o'clock, or change them to 6 o'clock.
And you were here before when it was the other way, right?
That I am even time-wise.
Go back 30 years, so there's.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, all meetings used to be at 6:30.
I'm just curious, this isn't policy, do we need to vote on it, or can it just be changed because you guys are?
Well, we do vote on the board meeting dates, so
Right,
I think
so-
if we're going to adjust the time, we would need to vote on them.
Do you guys want to adjust the time?
Right.
So I guess that would be the question. Because right now, our second meetings all fall at
5 o'clock, right? Does
I,
it-
I don't have a problem one way or the other.
I
If
would
it's easier for some of
Probably
you.
prefer the 6 o'clock, because my kids have karate that doesn't until 5:30, but, I mean, I can make 5 work, I did
I
tonight.
prefer going back to 6:30.
No.
I'm
good seeing at 6 o'clock.
Crystal will never get to work the next day.
Okay.
So then I will add it as an action item to change the
Right.
time.
Yep.
Okay,
thank
I
you.
also have one other question. In the policy, it states something about that the board members will be notified of a scheduled meeting 24 hours ahead of time, or something like that. The verbiage is something along those lines. Could it say something more along the lines that they'd be notified as soon as the meeting is scheduled?
Well, that's state statute that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm doing my best by
Okay.
collecting that information. I promise you I'm doing my best.
Okay.
I hope that it gets a little bit earlier with each time, but I don't know that we want to change that policy, that's state statute.
Right.
So,
Let's see how
Well, I
this
mean, that would
works.
make it more strict, wouldn't it? Because you can make
Yeah.
things more strict, you just
Right.
can't make them more
Less strict.
lenient.
Right.
So if we said, they must be notified as soon as scheduling, it would need to at least be 24 hours before.
Well, I think I
But
mean, I don't know
Yeah,
that,
we haven't had too many that had to be scheduled at the last minute like that. We always know.
I don't know
when the
that there's
meetings
been
are.
any extra board meetings
Yeah.
that board members haven't been notified as soon as
Right.
it's decided.
Okay.
So I don't know, I mean, I know with, we had a couple special meetings. I didn't know any earlier than you guys did.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
and usually in the past, what happened was if there needed to be like an executive session or a special meeting, an email usually went out from the board secretary asking, here's a variety of dates. Can you let me know which one works for you? And then it was like a collaborative thing from there. Let's see how this works and then go from there. Krista, can you turn the air back on, please? Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding the board, the meeting format?
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. Okay, well, that was easy.
How quick can we do it?
All right, Tyler and Alicia, you all are up. Audit findings. I got my book in front of me.
And thank you, we all now do.
Yes, we did.
So I have given the board, I had Krista copy what I had, which basically is what we kind of went over in that finance meeting. So I have the question, the review procedure, and the deficiency. So now what we're looking for are your answers of how this happened, which I'll just preface that no staff in here was here at the time that this happened. So we have to be a little gentle, but how are we not going to have this again? That's an even better question. So, and I'd like to go through them like one by one, so.
Do you want to go through each of everything on the cap, or did you have specific questions?
No, I want to go through each one of them.
Okay.
Yep.
Start at the top.
I mean, if there's like some things that are similar and you want to group them together, that's fine, but I just want to start at the top and address each one.
Okay. The very first tab that you see is your governing board management procedures. The first finding is that the question is the district annually provided guidance to all governing board members and employees on what constitutes a substantial interest, and that the conflict of interest statutes apply to all district governing board members and employees as part of their employment. So the deficiency was that the district did not annually provide guidance to all employees on what constitutes a substantial interest, nor did they ensure employees are reminded annually of conflicts of interest. So my procedure that I've set up is that we are actually, I worked with Kaylee Brown on completing conflict of interest forms through records, so everything is electronic. It does get sent out annually with our annual trainings, and then we do keep a copy of that with the district, both electronically and most likely we will keep one in finance for purchasing issues.
And you don't have to read the deficiency, you can just, the board has it in front of them.
Can I ask a quick question about that? So it sends them all the form, but do the employees understand what constitutes the conflict of interest? Are they receiving any kind of outline or anything along?
They receive the language as to what exactly constitutes a conflict of interest, and then they respond whether they have one or whether they don't.
Okay.
So will this be sent with other items as well, or separately? And will it be an email saying, go check your Power School records, or? It's sent as a group, I want to say through Vector.
The actual form is sent through records with disclosure outside of where the university contact, like our annual form for them to fill out.
Yes.
Part of your.
Okay.
Okay.
And should,
So it's part of an annual form packet. They don't actually have to log in to Power School records to.
They do, but they get a notification from their email with like a link that they
Okay.
have to click on.
My turn?
Go ahead.
Do you have access to the video, or to the presentations that are on how, not just conflict of interest, but also security and sexual harassment and all the other different things? There's everybody else uses them. I mean, I do it at EVIT, I do it at the colleges, I mean,
I
they're
believe-
nice training films, you gotta take a little test at the end. But in the end, then you sign the form.
I believe it's the register, that we do all of those and they are videos.
Okay, so to answer the question earlier, they do get training before they sign them. Not just a document that says, don't do this, right? Okay.
Also, shouldn't we be getting it too? Is governing board?
Yeah, the governing board should receive one.
Yeah, we
Okay.
got them in January.
Okay.
So the board will be at a different timeline than employees?
Your term as a board member is
Right,
different
when
than
I begin.
employees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just,
But it's an annual thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's in, under like the housekeeping stuff in January
Yeah.
that we usually do them.
Okay, so item 2 is that the district annual routine conflict of interest forms that adequately allowed governing board members and employees to fully disclose a conflict. It also aligns with 3, that the district maintained for public inspection a special file with all documents necessary to memorialize all conflict of interest. And 4, employees or governing board members with reported conflicts except as provided in ARS 15-323 refrain from voting upon or otherwise participating in any manner of that purpose. So just like with number 1, I do plan on sending that out through the system, keeping those on file, and then as we do purchases throughout the year, I will have access to those. I'm gonna keep a file or electronic file of conflicts that people may have with certain companies, so I know what people can and cannot be included in that process. Okay, number 5, the governing board established written personnel and payroll policies and approved employee contracts, wage agreements, salaries, and wage schedules, and any other agreed upon term of employment. In the past, they were paper forms, and unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure where those were kept, but since Kaylee started in HR, we set up contracts through our school ERP pro, so our Visions program. So they would log into their employee portal and keep it. It does keep an electronic copy of all of their contracts that we have access to.
So we're not doing paper anything anymore, right?
Hopefully not.
Only when they're first hired.
When they're first hired, they sign it on paper, I scan it into records, you have an electronic copy, and then it comes out automatically. So it's the only time those out.
Okay, awesome.
Number 6, the governing board approves student clubs and organizations fundraising events. So the finance department will be submitting a regulation to the board regarding restrictions to fundraising. This came up because there are certain aspects of fundraising, such as gambling, that are prohibited in school districts. So they want to make sure that it is well known with the governing board and with whoever is completing the fundraiser that that's not allowed. So we are going to submit that regulation, and then we are going to make sure that that's included with the fundraiser paperwork that the teacher gets that's doing it.
Okay, the sponsor.
There you go, that's the word I was looking for.
I know, it's late, right?
Okay, and that is the first tab. Tab number 2 is budgeting. The question was if the budget included all funds as required by ARS 15-905 and followed the form's budget submission and publication instructions. Prior to my tenure here, they were not posting the budget, the revised budget in the appropriate time frame. So we did fix that. Tyler actually sent that, at least with this last one, sent that information to Krista to make sure she did it. And then there is also a reminder set up in calendar to make sure that it's posted appropriately. Okay, accounting records is tab 3. The district code of transactions in accordance with the USFR chart of accounts. So I apologize, I don't exactly know why this occurred with the prior administration.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if our pages got
It's
Page 98.
page 98. or
Yeah, but
92.
we have printed copies and
Right.
that's,
Yeah,
so
I
there was
see
just,
that one.
but,
There were a couple more under budgeting.
It's
But I don't
about
know.
3 or 4 back from where you were, maybe 3.
but I don't, budgeting only had one.
Oh,
The district code of transactions.
Yeah.
oh, so this is
why-
just out of order?
Yeah, I think our pages are out of order. So that was the governing board, and then budgeting just had
Oh, there
one.
it is, yeah.
And so then the next one is accounting work. Okay, hold on.
That's the,
While the board.
The budgeting had
Code, coded.
it's
the
the
student
6th page.
activities.
It's on the 6th page that we got.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I found accounting
you
records.
could be right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, budgeting had one.
Accounting records, here we go. So yeah, our pages are out of order. Okay. Okay, go ahead. This is for coded transactions?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
So I did set up a training with my finance team to ensure that we all received the most recent copy of the USFR. They do renew it every July and post it to the Auditor General site. So they do have a printed copy and a downloaded copy that they have easy access to, they can search from. And I also set up training with Makisa to kind of go over what that process looks like on their end, so that we make sure that we're following a proper procedure. And just to make sure, I will be verifying all transactions before they're posted.
Question?
Okay. 2, the district sequentially numbered journal entries and retained supporting documentation and evidence that journal entries were signed, dated, and approved by someone other than the preparer. Our current journal entries are all paper. We do complete them in the system, but we do print them. So I make sure that when we do get them, setting up my process, I review that journal entry with all the backup that's associated with it, and I do approve it. I sign it and then file it appropriately with all of our documentation, all in sequential order. And then I'm also going to work with Tyler and Makisa to set that up electronically, because there is an option to do that through our system.
Okay.
The district transferred monies only between funds listed in the USFR chart of accounts authorized transfers. Again, I did make sure that our finance team has access to that USFR. For anybody who's viewed the USFR, they actually do have a very nice example on how to do it, how to code things appropriately in the system. What's allowable, not allowable, so we will make sure we're following that. And again, I'm gonna be setting up a training with county, just to see, they do post things in our system, so I wanna make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to what's posted and what's not. And utilizing the chart of accounts to ensure they're coded correctly, and then approving everything before.
So just a quick question, you said that the USFR changes every July. Have we set up a calendar reminder to download a new USFR as part of our procedure?
It's also very prevalent in like all the professional development that we go to. Like
Yeah,
it's-
well, but we weren't, right? So just ensuring that process is there now.
Yes, and we actually get reminders from Auditor General, and so they send email reminders as it comes up to let us know that it's, when it'll be available. Number 4, the district documented and dated a monthly review of financial transactions the county school superintendent initiated for propriety and researched and resolved any differences. So at the end of every month, the county does do a reconciliation for us, and they send it to us in email letting us know what they find to be a deficiency. We do review that list. I then, if a journal has to be done, I do have one of the finance team do it so that I can, again, review it and sign off on it before everything does. Once it's completed, I email Makisa or the county and let them know that everything's good and it clears any issues that we might have.
To clarify though, it's not a deficiency, it's either a cash discrepancy between funds. So it's, if something's posted wrong, they also reconcile that and then work back to the district, and then we make that modification or adjustment.
Number 5, the district reconciled cash balances by fund monthly with the CSS or county treasurer's records as applicable and properly supported documents and dated the reconciliations. This kind of aligns back with number 4. We do receive those monthly reconciliations, so I just make sure that I review them, make any changes necessary, and then sign off, have somebody sign off on them.
So, just a question. So on here, it said the district does not review the monthly cash reconciliations prepared by the county school superintendent office. So does that mean that, like, you're reviewing them and sending them back with changes? Does that mean that past finance director, whoever, wasn't doing that? Like, they were sending them to us and we just weren't changing them?
Correct.
Got it, thank you.
Number 6, the district reconciled revenue, expenditures, expenses, and cash balances by fund, program, function, and object code at least at fiscal year end with the CSS, and the reconciliation was reviewed and properly supported. So we do receive our monthly reconciliations, so I do review those, and at the end of the year, we do have our encumbrance period just to make sure that everything is coded correctly. So I will be setting up that reconciliation with the county because the Visions does have the option to do a reconciliation, and then be able to review that and make any corrections.
Okay.
The next tab is cash and revenue. The district used an M&O fund revolving account in accordance with ARS 15-1102. So in the past, we did have a clearing account and a revolving account. One account did not have checks that were able to be written out of it, so they would do a transfer from one to the account that did have the ability to write a check. So what we've done is I've ordered checks for the account that we need to write checks out of. So
That's a novel idea.
So those are on there, that we do have those checks. So when we do our reconciliation, I'll just make sure that those checks are written out of the correct account and deposited into the treasurer. Number 2, the district used miscellaneous receipts, clearing bank accounts in accordance with ARS 15-341. Same as number 1, honestly. It is just about reviewing those bank reconciliations and writing checks out of the correct accounts. So we do have that process all set up. I actually worked with my finance team on reconciliations, and so we have a process set up. Trust me.
So,
So nice.
The last deficiency, it says that the district deposited $46,111 in grant payments from Universal Service Administration Company to the M&O revolving account instead of the miscellaneous clearing account. Why would that happen? And how are we preventing grant money from being deposited in the wrong account?
So that has to do with what account they set up when they applied for that grant for money to go into. I would have to look at, I want to say it's sam.gov that does a lot of those to see what account they have. If it does still, if I can get it sent to the correct account and write the check out of the correct account, I might be able to have it sent to the treasurer's Chase account directly so that we can just go to Envisions once it clears.
You understood that?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Do you want to know? No, just checking. Okay.
The district used a food service fund revolving bank account in accordance with ARS 15-1154. Right now, the account, at the time, the food service account did not have a limit on it, which was the issue. Food service accounts, when it comes to revolving, are required to have a $500 limit, so they can go out and purchase things as they need to.
And that limit's been assessed now?
Yes, we actually no longer have a food service revolving account.
Okay.
We have a food service clearing account, and Sodexo does everything, all the ordering that's needed. Number 4, the district used an auxiliary operations fund bank account in accordance with ARS 15-1126. The issue with this one is that the checks were not signed by authorized employees that the board approved.
But that's been since
That has been
rectified.
corrected. Mhm.
Right.
So it did set up the training with the people who write the checks to make sure that that's done appropriately. And then I have decided that I will be taking checks from one person to another to make sure that the right people sign it.
Okay, thank you.
Number 6, the district paid bank charges from only the M&O fund revolving bank account, food service fund revolving bank account, auxiliary operations.
Wait, you skipped number 5.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
The district used the employee insurance program withholding bank account in accordance with ARS 15-1223. They were not reconciling accounts in the past, and that's why this became a finding. So we do reconcile monthly all of our accounts.
Okay.
We also eliminated a number of accounts that were in excess. I think that was part of the issue. The district held multiple bank accounts, and rather than setting them up appropriately, reconciling them appropriately, like it seemed like there was, I won't say laziness, but it just wasn't done properly. And so eliminating some of those accounts that were not necessary and consolidating some of them to be more efficient, because she is a department of one, she does have a couple other employees, but you are a small district, so she wears many hats. So it's making things as efficient as possible, helps eliminate errors and future problems such as that. So
We appreciate that.
So does Alicia.
So when were those excess bank accounts opened? Do we know? So they didn't pop up in our last audit report, or did they? Do we know?
in fiscal 21 would have been your last audit. I'm sure they're there. I would have to do some research to see when those accounts were.
So we didn't handle maybe some of our deficiencies from the prior report?
Yeah, that is very
True
prevalent
statement.
if you look back at our audits, or Fountain Hills audits.
The last audit we got, as soon as the board discussed the audit, the finance director left. So,
Your audit firm also dropped you, and we
Yes.
had to go procure another audit firm, so.
Right.
But is there, so that being said, because we obviously had the audit, we had corrections that were in place, is there a way to revisit this before the next audit to ensure that we've truly complied, or some sort of check or balance along the way so we don't get slapped with another bad audit?
I mean, we're already almost done with the 22 audit, so I mean, that just provides an ideal point where you can check back on. I mean,
Yes, I can set up a process, because we do follow the USFR, the questionnaire, and that's what our audit is based on.
Okay.
So,
Just because the coding errors and then some of the other things that we're seeing, I just
don't know.
understand
Yeah.
a lot's on our plates.
I just don't know how we would do that and create a comprehensive report.
Not necessarily a comprehensive report, but just, I feel as a
Status
board, I
update.
mean, this is something we're responsible for. And we're on that hamster wheel and we're never correcting it, and then somebody leaves and then it's not corrected again, and we can continue to blame it on staff, but ultimately.
Right. But unfortunately, as a board, we're responsible for it, but
Right.
we can't go in and change anything.
Right.
We have no power to do that. The only power we have is to sit here and go, why did this happen?
So,
And then
so
they're
is
gone.
there, I guess maybe, I'm not sure if I'm understanding correctly, but maybe there's a way for us to have like an update on how these processes are going or something? Like, as it gets closer to the time when,
Well, the only way to know for sure is for the auditors to come back and re-audit. And so, and that doesn't happen until, like, they just finished, right? The auditors just finished, and so we won't get.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet,
Yeah.
okay. So, but we won't get that audit till the spring. So-
But you've put all these things in place already.
Oh, your goals have done by December, then we'll get a little early.
Right, and you've put all these things in place already. so
You'll see that
that's-
reflected on this next
Right,
audit.
okay.
I just think that's a key indicator.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at other ideas and how we can provide some like key and, indicators throughout the year to meet these targeted measures if there is continued deficiency, so.
Can I just share though that I do want to be clear that when did we get this audit? When do we get the results back?
This audit we got in May.
So we get that, and I know we had the year before, I did that, but I also just want to clarify that we did not have a business person in place until December of this year. So some of these things that, we were very cautious during those 6 months or whatever it was when I started. We were really slow to purchase so that we were having Tyler, when he was working solo and during that time to make sure that what we did was procured right and done. But I just want to be clear that some of these things will take time to obviously fix. We're feeling like it'll be better next year based on the things we've done, but I just want to be clear that I did not have a finance director when I started, and so that was a real challenge on being the first-year superintendent with no finance team.
Well, and this is the worst audit I've ever seen. I've never, so you said that this audit was so bad, Tyler, that it actually got a red flag, right?
Well, that's what
Right.
you're we're reviewing tonight, yeah.
So-
When you get to the point where your kid Auditor General flag, that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that while I've been on the board, this is only the second time that the Auditor General has sent this. All of our other audits have, we've had some deficiency,
It's gonna happen.
Right.
Yeah.
But Dr. Allen used to pride himself on that. He got dinged one time because a couple enrollment records weren't proper, and he about lost his brain because he was so diligent. And so, yeah, this is the worst audit I've ever seen. Go ahead, you can continue with this.
Okay, now to number 6. The district paid bank charges from only the M&O Fund revolving bank account, Food Service Fund revolving bank account, Auxiliary Operations Fund bank account, and Auxiliary Operations Fund revolving bank account. Or if not, the bank charges were reimbursed from an appropriate district fund or bank account. So in past practice, it would, in order to account for bank charges, they would just reduce the revenue on that check when they would write it. So it would be just the revenue minus the expense, the bank charges, and that's what they deposited into the account. So to fix that, we do write our check into our account, we clear it, and then when we reconcile it in visions, we do the portion to whatever fund that it's going to, whether it's food service, auxiliary, M&O. We do also an additional line for bank charges because we do have that account option.
Okay.
And then that is, again, is reviewed prior to posting, and filed appropriately with all of our reconciliation.
I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a shortcut. It goes against every accounting policy. Sorry, go ahead.
The district supported deposits with issued receipts, cash receipts, summary reports, mail logs, etc., and reconciled sales to amounts collected with summary reports or tickets. I'm going to lump this in with the next one, number 8. The district deposits were made in a timely manner and supported by deposit slips or other deposit transmittal documentation. In the past, they would not have provide the appropriate receipts when they would provide the deposits. So we have corrected that. I set up training both with my finance team and with the group that supplies all of those receipts to us on what that process looks like. And then when we do that deposit, we make sure that everything is supported and completed and filed appropriately. And number 9, all district bank accounts were reconciled monthly by an employee and not involved with cash handling or issued checks. And reconciliations were reviewed, signed, and dated by an employee independent of the cash handling process. So we took that receivables part out of the, kind of out of the equation. We kept it with our receptionist at the time, so we did correct this. The person who does the reconciliations is another member of my finance team.
Okay.
So she reviews everything that the receivables person gets, attaches it to that reconciliation, and then I review and sign off on it.
And you really don't have to read the whole question. You're gonna have no voice soon.
I just gotta work tomorrow. The district reported additions including finance, I'm sorry, we're on property control.
Yeah.
Question.
The question number one, the issue was that the capital asset balance on the reconciliation didn't match what was agreed upon on the listing page. In order to resolve this, there is a receiving process in Visions and School ERP that I am going to set up with and work with John to get this done appropriately so that we're tagging everything as it comes in, because then I can pull a report directly out of Visions that will supply the information that the auditors need when they look at it. Number two, this is in regards to the stewardship items. They were not found on the premises in which they were supposed to be, and some of them were not tagged appropriately. This process in step one will help resolve this, so we're gonna do that receiving through the system. Tag
This
it
has been an
appropriately.
ongoing issue for many, many years, that unfortunately with the old Four Peaks building and stuff is shoved over there and then just in multiple classrooms, that everything is supposed to be tagged, and yeah, this isn't the first audit this has come up on.
It's one of the most common audit compliance, basically deficiencies across all school districts. And some of it's education piece, but teachers don't understand when they're taking their laptop and moving rooms, or like, that that's an asset and that you have to tell somebody. It's the
That it
last
moved.
location that the district has it is in that room. And so it's very common, and it's hard to control.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
But there's, go ahead.
So, as part of the corrective process, do you have to go back and tag items that we have, or is it just moving forward?
No, the appropriate thing to do is come back and fix all these deficiencies, so.
Well, but do you know, like,
You only
the
know the
list of
deficiencies they
assets?
find, right?
Right.
Doesn't each teacher have to write everything at the end of the year, like where all the things are? 'Cause I know we used to have to tag.
Well, I'm just thinking in this move, right? I
Right,
mean,
exactly.
We go into a building and,
And it's been like that since Four Peaks closed, that because that became like a storage area. So, you know, miscellaneous desks or chairs or.
and we're seeing that now at the Little Falcon
Right.
preschool building. So that, I guess that's my question, are the things that are plopped in a room somewhere, do we have to go back and ensure that they're tagged and know the location of them? And then are we educating our staff that even though that chair looks nice, you can't just go grab it without going through a process?
I will have to go back and tag everything, review everything that came in and tag it as best I can. And then, yes, we will set up annual trainings usually. I think right now we meet once a month. We're allowed to do a early release Wednesday.
Yeah. What is the, Tyler, what is the threshold of that?
It's part of the education piece, yeah. So like stewardship items like are typically anything $1,000 and above. And so you're not talking about a chair, you're talking about like maybe a laptop.
Right.
So I just wanted, like, the way I understand it is, yes, there are items that teachers have and that are over that threshold that need to be tagged and need to be accounted for, but us moving desks around would not be something, every desk isn't tagged, every chair in here is not tagged, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that those purchases that exceed that have those tags, and they should be coming in as soon as they're ordered and tagged immediately, which I have seen on tech, for sure.
Yeah.
Because you have one on your MacBook right there that we bought this year, so that's good.
The last part of that is inventorying, right? That's part of the solution is is inventorying sites. So, and that's
Yeah.
literally walking every building, opening the door,
Yeah.
kind of looking for those items that are potentially taggable, checking the tag, and, basically writing down that location of that asset. So,
Did we have something in place during the consolidation to make sure that was done with the items that that applied to?
I think to my understanding, I think we're getting off here. Like, when we moved desks over from one site to another, that's not an issue. What we're talking about is like laptops and devices that are over $1,000, which a lot of teachers don't have many of those other than their computer. You can't really think of anything unless it's like a specialty course where we bought something specific to that site or that building. So yes, those are supposed to be tagged before they're delivered. And like I said, I can see that has happened this year. So I do think we need to look at additional help at the warehouse. We talked about that, possibly having to move somebody or hire to do that, but I want to make sure we're understanding with consolidation, the laptops the teachers check out should coordinate with the ones they still have, regardless of the building they're at, right? So it shouldn't be too much with consolidation, other than equipment that is over that amount, which
Right.
John can go back and check.
Right.
The next tab is expenditures.
Yep.
For number 1, for 3 of the 26, the purchase orders were prepared after the goods or service were ordered. So we have set up an electronic process for requisitions to kind of make it a little bit easier. We are training our staff on how to enter them and what exactly is included with them, with that process. And we are making sure that, one, our staff is trained on after the facts, because that's a big issue, and that we are getting ready to set up a process to ensure that our vendors know that they're not to accept after the facts.
Well, I just want to clarify that our conversation has been, if a vendor is giving us goods or services without a purchase order, I don't think we use them anymore. I mean, that's something we talked about.
Right.
If they're not following rules, then, and they're allowing a coach, say, to buy something without going through the process, that's concerning to me. So we have talked about not only our own internal controls, but reaching out when that does, if it does happen, to their management of why are you doing this in the first place? Like, that shouldn't be happening.
Number 2 is in regards to student activity funds, and just maintaining documentation when they're used. In the past, they would code certain employees with student activity funds. It is an allowable expense as long as the student activities form is filled out and approved by student government. But we are trying to stay away from using student activity funds to pay anybody. So we're going to make sure that the approval process is set up with student activity funds, including the form, if somebody is going to pay them out, and then train the staff that would enter those on how that works. And number 3, this is in regards to the advice of encumbrance in the past. For the fiscal year 22, it wasn't completed. So that has to be done on June 30th every year. And it basically just states how much we have, since the fiscal year is over, how much we have encumbered that we still have to pay out during our encumbrance period, or an estimate of what we think we have to pay out for our encumbrance period. That annual reminder is set up in my calendar to make sure that I download that form at the beginning of June, and also have a reminder in on like the days leading up to it, so on June 30th I can complete that and send it where it needs to go. Next tab is credit cards and P cards. For question number 1, it is in regards to training for the staff that does receive credit cards or P cards, and what that, including what is involved in a transaction. So The district has one credit card here at the district office that's in Kane's name. It sits in our safe, so anybody who has access to that, usually are just our finance team, has been trained appropriate on how that's supposed to be used. And then the only other cards that are in our possession are our fuel cards that are with the drivers. John does an annual training with them before school starts. I have asked him to supply me with those sign-off sheets when they completed their training to make sure that those are on file with us.
And did he do that?
Not for this year.
Okay, well, let's get that done. Thanks.
Number two, the credit card purchases were only authorized district purchases within the dollar limit. For one of the 5 transactions that they pulled, there was not a valid receipt for it. So again, that is a training issue, so we did make sure that I set up training with my staff specifically on what we accept. And I worked with John on what his expectation is going to be when he submits those P-card receipts to us to pay. And he is responsible for reconciling that against the invoice that comes in. So he will sign that before he submits it, and then we'll review before we pay. Number 3, the district paid credit card statements before the due date to avoid finance charges. This had a lot to do with paper statements that were coming in the mail. So I did set up electronic statements that get emailed to me once that period ends. So I receive that, print it, make sure I get it to our accounts payable person, and then she starts that process of getting those receipts. But the goal, we do set up training with people that once they make that purchase, they supply the receipt so that we kind of have an idea on what we should be expecting to hit our credit card. And then we just make sure we receive it in a timely manner.
Yeah, we should never pay finance or late fees on anything. I don't pay them at home. I wouldn't expect the district to pay them either.
Well, and I appreciate all your efforts. I think it's amazing what you're working on and what you've done. But some of my concerns are we're still seeing some of that. So these processes are being put in place as of what date, and then what date would I not expect to see some of these things continuing?
I think that depends a lot on what finance charges you're looking at. Bank statements are not going to have any finance charges or late fees.
There was Pitney Bowes that we asked about, and you explained that came in the paper and that you're not getting that paper anymore. Was there?
We talked about another one, and you guys are paying more, so that's not going to happen, correct, with...
That was another Pitney Bowes.
It wasn't Pitney Bowes, it was the AIA.
Oh,
They actually
the late
had a
fees.
late fee there.
Yes, we did
The
increase
check
that
bounce, that's what, it would said insufficient funds from the AIA.
amount. We preload that.
We
account.
preloaded
It's
it.
inefficient.
We would put the purchase order in, we didn't have a finance director, she went with the number she went with. We didn't know what the number was, so now we've doubled it, so
Okay.
that it doesn't happen.
Okay, sounds good.
You know, also the USFR codes, all of those things, like,
Yeah, we'll make sure we follow USFR coding when we issue those checks.
but we would anticipate not seeing these things continuing as of now?
Correct.
Okay.
Some of these we have been able to correct just throughout the year. When I started in the payroll side, I know I fixed a lot of issues that were arising there. And
Thank you.
then when I got in this position, then it's still moving forward, we're trying.
No, you're doing good.
So the current year that's being audited is 2022, this is 2021?
No, the current year being out is 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is 2022.
Yeah.
So in the 2023, we might still see some of these things because these
'Cause they
safety
weren't
nets
even-
weren't implemented. Okay, so it's on the 2024 audit that we can hopefully not see these things. Okay.
Which will get in 25.
Yeah.
Which is why,
Great.
by then.
You're gonna see a lot of these come off, because I think
Yeah.
Kane reached out to me in August, I came on board in August. Some of these things, there was a lot of higher priority things that were not getting done, like the budget was, the notice of hearing, like those are the big things that I kind of knocked off. Some of these smaller things required we should come over and have more staff and training. And she's taking care of a lot of that as we've transitioned into this year. But I guarantee you're not going to have an auditor general report again. There will be some deficiencies on the annual audit.
Right. There's always going to be.
Always is. Even in my home district, I tried my best, but I had one.
Just one?
Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
Well, I mean, this is the same, I hold myself accountable for a lot of this as my
Right.
role, and so I take that to here as well, and so.
And we appreciate that. All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
Still have several pages.
Procurement is next. For number one, it is in regards to providing 3 quotes for purchases costing between $10,000 and $100,000. So we have reviewed and refined our purchasing process and our documentation that gets sent out to the people who do purchase in our district. And we have set up training with our staff to make sure that they know what's appropriate and what they have to supply. When they supply that document, when they turn that documentation in, we do review it and we'll send it back if it doesn't have everything that's needed. So number 2, training and guidance related to accepting any gift or benefit with a value of $300 or over. So they never, I don't want to say never, I'm not aware of trainings on accepting of gifts with this district since when I got here, but we did set up a procedure. When Gary came out during our procurement training, he did go over gift accepting with the people who do our principals and our purchasers on what that looks like. We do have a procedure set up in place moving forward, and I do plan on having annual trainings on that with the staff that it does involve to make sure that we're all aware that we can't do that.
So is this just saying that we didn't have proof that we had training? It's not saying that something like that actually happened, correct? Okay.
Number 3, the district performed due diligence. There were a lot of contracts, purchases that happened from cooperatives that didn't have due diligence attached to them, and it's a form that we fill out. Just make sure that it follows all the requirements for purchasing. So we do have a form now. Val has it with her on her computer, so she makes sure that that's completed anytime we get a purchase that is required due diligence. Due diligence is for anything over $100,000.
Depends on the purchase. That's referring to cooperative purchases.
Okay, so cooperative purchases. So we do know that process. A lot of the co-ops do have due diligence forms on their site, but we do review that when we review the purchase to make sure that it does really check all the boxes that it needs to before we proceed with our purchase. Number 4, written documentation for professional services, construction services. There was not written documentation as to why we chose that cooperative. So we have since corrected that. There are a few school districts that do have that form available, so we've taken what we can from them, and we have our own form that we use. My finance team has been trained on it, and then as we start training our staff that enter requisitions, they'll be trained on what that process looks like too, so they can supply it when they submit their requisition. Number 5, purchases of services from governing board members or goods or services from district employees have to follow a certain procedure. This was due to a purchase with a company that is owned by one of our employees. So the proper procedure was not followed in the past.
And it wasn't disclosed, correct?
And it wasn't disclosed.
Right.
We actually self-reported this.
Yes, I know.
As a district, so it was part of the reason why you see them.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah, and we've corrected it.
We've corrected that moving forward.
Was this just going back to the lack of training on what, like, meets the requirement of the interest, or?
I think if we had a conflict of interest form, right? that
They
is
would
what
have
we
known.
Listed, and when that purchase came through finance, we would have known they'd had substantial
Yeah.
ownership in that company, we would have then vetted that purchase at that time and probably denied it, so.
So basically not having that form, we got dinged twice.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll see the theme, there's multiple findings that are
tied together.
related.
Yeah, okay.
Next is classroom site fund. Question number 1. The district was unable to provide a governing board approved performance pay plan. We have since corrected that.
Well, it's unfortunate because we do it every single year, but not that year.
So that has been created and approved by the board. So it is posted electronically for our certified staff to view, and then it is something that the meet and confer committee will review annually to make sure that there's no changes that have to happen and that we're using that moving forward. Next tab is payroll. The district individual number 1. This is in regards to just keeping the proper documentation in the employee files. Everything was paper in the past, so it was a little hard to find all of that as this audit came up. And that, I think, was our biggest issue. So we have moved most of that electronically. Contracts are done through Visions. Records does our A4s, W4s, conflicts of interest. Our I-9 form is done electronically. Then we just verify the information that they supply. So the goal is to, number 1 was to set up that process electronically so that everything is submitted and we get electronic documentation maintained somewhere. And then set up reminder emails to make sure that we're renewing any documentation that needs to be renewed annually. Number 2 is in regards to personnel files not including valid fingerprint clearance cards. Kaylee has actually worked really hard to make sure that fingerprint clearance cards are updated in our system, so that will not be a problem moving forward. And she has imported them into Visions, so it will set up a reminder when that comes close to expiring so that we can start reaching out to employees to make sure they get it renewed. And number 3 is in regards to internal controls for compensated absences. So this I don't think anybody knew how to do it in the past, and so it was just setting up a training with Kayla to make sure that she understands what a compensated absences report is, how to pull it, and what exactly the auditors are looking for when they do that. And then number 4 is in regards to underpaying an employee. So for the 22 employees that they received, 1 employee, the contract amount in our system did not match what they signed on their contract. So we did correct that. Now everything is through Vision, so it'll approve it and update their position and pay. And we just review and make sure everything's accurate before we move forward. Next is financial reporting. Number 1, actual revenues and expenditures did not agree to the district's accounting records for 3 funds. So my goal with the reconciliation that we get from the county is to make sure that our funds are appropriately reconciled every month so that this doesn't happen moving forward. I do want to complete random audits on some of our funds throughout the year to make sure that everything's posting correctly so that we can make any corrections that we need to. And then we also have software that will help us review to make sure whether those account streams are correct. And then number 2 is about posting a copy or a link to the district page in regards to the district spending report. That is a simple fix, honestly. So once the auditor posts our spending report, the district will be adding that link onto our website so that anybody can review it. It does have its own tab under the finance, the district finance section. So they can click the link, it'll take them directly to our spending report.
And the most current one is listed. We
Okay.
just the work to have the website updated.
We're almost done, guys. Next is student activities. So these findings came because.
No, student attendance, right?
Student attendance.
Oh, sorry.
Student attendance.
Sorry, student attendance. Just with power schools and how employees, or not employees, students were reported for enrollment and then withdrawals. So for number one, of the 5 students that they did not keep a FTE enrollment statement or predetermine their enrollment at the end of the year or when they withdraw.
And my understanding is that was mostly due to online school.
Correct. That's all, the AOI is all online school.
Yep.
So I did speak with Angie Brooks, and she has set up a process and instructions that then she sent out to the registrars to make sure that everything's being done in an appropriate manner. And then number 2 is in regards to not entering information in a timely manner. So we have up to 5 working days to add an enrollment into our system. And again, this is a lot about training with our registrars at that time. So Angie set up those instructions and she is training with her staff, with the registrars.
And also we restructured our registrars so that, I think Cal Mountain has a new one this year that is doing great work, and Kim Garvin is now 60-12, so, and then Michelle helps with that, but that was something we restructured.
Good, thank you.
Okay, 3, 4, and 5 are all in regards to withdrawals. So, and it's just on that the date did not match what the withdrawal form stated, and then that documentation was not kept. So, again, I'm letting Angie figure this out. She has set up her training with the registrars to make sure that they do this correctly, and then that physical form is going to be kept in a queue file so that we can pull it anytime we need to. So that was 3, 4, and 5 has to do with withdrawing a student after 10 consecutive unexcused absences. And again, that's just a training issue. So Angie is training her staff or the staff on how to do that appropriately and then reviewing it. She will do audits to make sure that things are being done correctly.
And if a teacher made a mistake in the attendance, for one day that they weren't there, they were listed as present. But yet they weren't there for any of the 10 days. Is there a trigger that finds that?
I would have to reach
Well,
out
I
to
think
her
it's
and find out.
So when I was principal, we had those things happen where, we monitor the attendance. So we knew kids coming up on the 10th day, we would try to reach out, talk to them, and then if there was an attendance that showed up, I would say 9 out of 10 times it's because someone didn't take attendance. That was probably the reason. And so that's why we pushed really hard on, I did this year with our principals especially, I told them they have to put a push on attendance daily, not just taking it, but mention the parents how important it is for our ADM to be here every day. And so, but typically it's because someone didn't take attendance.
Right.
Is the reason.
Guilty on my part.
So the next tab is information technology, and I want to apologize, this is not completed, because we outsource our IT department.
Right.
So I did give this to Fruth to kind of get some information on, and we are following up to make sure that we get this, so that I can complete this.
When you get the information, can you just send it to the board, and we won't put you through the IT part of it, because that's not on you.
Yeah.
So, and neither is transportation support.
But this corrective action plan has to be turned in by the 22nd?
Yes.
I can speak to some of the IT. I can tell you that what I can't speak to is the crisis of the backups and that's something I have to hear from Bruce on. But as far as access and things like that, we've had employees come and go this year, and I get the emails from Bruce stating that their access has been changed and somebody else's access has been added. So I have evidence of that personally that I know that's being done this year now. It's been happening for a while. May not have happened, when they checked it, but I know that's increased. So,
But we anticipate getting a response back.
Yes.
Prior to that, so we can comply.
So you can,
That
so you
was-
can, because
Thank you.
I'm assuming that you two are responsible for uploading the corrective action.
Yes.
So that even though IT is not your department, the whole document's yours.
Yeah.
And then there's the transportation where apparently John's fat fingers got him.
And that's our final tab, so transportation is, it just in regards to mistype of the number.
While we would love to have 27,351 eligible students.
I agree.
Yeah.
So I did talk to him about this, and that was his exact
It's his fat
explanation.
fingers.
He goes, it's my fat fingers.
And that report was fixed and corrected,
Yeah.
and then funding was, it was appropriately funded for that year, so.
Are there?
So for this, I just want to make sure that, I did talk with John about it. We are going to review that before he presses enter to make sure we're all good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Alicia or Tyler regarding the audit?
Just thank you for your hard
Thank
work.
you.
We appreciate it.
And luckily, most of it is training and electronics. So, I really do appreciate that you guys have, Kaylee, Alicia, Tyler, that you have moved things to electronics because unfortunately, as a district, even though we have technology, that seems to be an issue is like our human resources, our finance. We've really pushed to try and become electronic, but we had a lot of people that were really stubborn on that. So I appreciate the two of you moving forward with that, and Tyler as well.
And I could just make one, just clarification. So again, this is report from fiscal year 22, which was 7/1/2021 through 6/30/2022. And at that time, I don't think anybody in this room from this staff, and I'm not trying to make a scapegoat, but there's been a lot of work done since this audit, and I just want to clarify that a lot of these items will more than likely come off. And it's not a reflection of what the state of this district is currently in terms of its financials and its findings, so.
No, we
Thank you.
appreciate that. So, and, obviously, then the last component would be making sure that those corrections are uploaded and that we don't get dinged on that.
Comment.
Yep.
I want to make sure that the FOOP thing, whatever it's
For-
called.
Ruth?
Whatever. We're going electronic is great, don't get me wrong. But backing up data, not just stuff that they're doing, but you've got a lot of data that's stored locally in ours, and I'm curious to know what your data backup is, how often it is, where it's held, and if you've got hardware that, like an 8-track player, and you got to put an 8-track in something, you don't have one of those anymore. My point is, a lot of media that's been stored somewhere no longer has a media player. So, I say all this because I made a living doing this for a lot of years, but data recovery, data, if this place burned down, we have checks to write for payroll, because the county can't help us at that point. So that's my point. It's a big deal. And only a small part of the audit, but it affects everything.
Luckily, when it comes to at least our finance program, that is housed at county. So they have that backup for us if we ever have to.
Hopefully.
It's cloud-based, yeah.
It is the county.
All right, thank you both so much. I appreciate everything. Okay, future agenda items, we will be going over at some point in the near future, policy or regulation JJER, policy advisory 744 to 747, superintendent goals, budget discussion. Libby, I put that on there for you because you had mentioned that you would like more, another budget discussion. So I will let you drive that and give me some suggestions on what you would like to see. The state testing results, the supplemental reading, the Four Peaks lease with our attorney Dave Paoli, public comment submissions, and
I have one that I'd like to add.
Okay.
And I'll just share it and you guys can look at it, versus just having that in the future, because I know that there were some issues this year.
Yep.
Another one too, installing our volunteer coordinator.
I think it was club coordinator.
I'll go with that. I got my job done.
I was impressed. I'm working on mine. I've got some
great
good stuff.
Okay, so.
I do, can I get the supplemental reading list? I don't think I have that in my email. And then when is the, like, submission cutoff date for like the comments on that or parents? Like,
It's coming up, my computer died.
It's okay.
At the end of, like, in the next week or so.
That's what I thought, okay.
And so it'll be info discussion first.
Okay.
And at that time, I was going to supply you with that list.
Okay.
With the list of the books.
Okay. Where can I find the list of books, I guess?
Can
Okay.
you just send it to the whole board?
Yes.
Thank you
I
so
know
much.
Libby had had it at one point, so.
Yeah, well, I went in and looked.
I know,
so.
but it's just beneficial for the whole board to have it. And then, does the board want to have a discussion regarding co-ops and procurement? That we talked about earlier, that. with
I would love a
Madison.
copy of the due diligence form that was mentioned.
If you look under our invoices that we are getting, or our checks, you can see the due diligence form in that. And I
Okay.
see like where Valerie has signed off on every
Okay.
item,
Okay.
so that's actually available there.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, well, if no one's interested in talking about the
I'm
co-op,
sorry.
that's okay, I won't put it on there. So if it comes up again in the future, I think with the consolidation coming to a wrap, a lot of those large purchases will stop. Okay,
Can I ask if whatever it is you printed out, is that something that
it's policy JS.
And I thought I had enough for you, but maybe I can email it to you.
She can look it up, she's got it.
Well, it's not a policy
Oh,
out
it's not,
there.
oh, it's not our policy?
We do not have one.
Okay.
I'm asking that we create one,
Okay,
something similar, a working
gotcha.
starting spot.
Can you just tell me whose policy that is and I can look
No one.
at it? Oh, okay.
I didn't like any policy that was out there because it was excluded or pointed to specific
Okay. Got it.
things.
She'll email it to you.
Or,
All right.
or Dr. J has
Yeah.
a copy.
Oh, yeah, Dr. J has one. Okay, dates of upcoming meetings, September 6th and September 20th. So on September 6th, we will actually vote regarding changing our times. And so we can do that as early as the September 20th, moving that to just a regular meeting, that we will no longer have these work study sessions separate from a regular meeting. Okay, with that,
I move we adjourn.
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
We're not asking Dana anymore, so it just says no. Okay.
Libby, where can I find that due diligence form?
If you go in the weekly files that they upload.
Oh, okay, the one in the shared folder?
Yeah, it's in it.
Perfect, okay.
They're attached.